Hello, hello. How's it going? Fine, fine, fine. I'll do a stream. Why won't I? If that's what you guys really want, if that's what you're willing to spend your hard-earned cash on, why not? Woo. I've been doing a lot of reading today. I was just I was just doing because what I usually do is when I've got little projects that I'm doing or like big things, I'll tend to just do it like I can split a lot of them up into sort of like 10, 15-minute tasks that I'll do before streaming, but sometimes these tasks they grow. And I was reading about just various suggestions for. I was reading about Mandate Palestine, and I was reading about what some of the leaders were trying to suggest that they do with the country once the British are gone. And I came across an Ilan Pape claim that I'd never really understood before about a potential one state solution in the 1920s. But I looked into it. It turns out it's bullshit. But at least the way he describes it is bullshit. But it took a while. I've downloaded 2 books. One of them is so obscure. One of them is like there's like one copy of it on Amazon and it's like £50 and it's just some secondhand thing. It took fucking ages to find. But more Miss Rachel discourse. I don't care about Miss Rachel. I don't know. I don't even know who that is. I don't know who that is. Are you sick? No. Just tired. Just sleeping badly again. Headaches and such. So I take it easy. The fuck? I keep getting Diorio thumbnails and titles on my feed now. It's a bit much. Bit too much. But yeah, I wonder, do I just want to, fuck, I kind of want to play video games. I don't know. No. Wait. Not just now. Fuentes is talking to Crowder today. That's nice. Just keeping that exposure, eh? Keeping that exposure. Keeping that momentum up. All those eyeballs. Fuck me. Stop setting ring notifications for Yeet posts and you won't get woken up. Good one. Good one. She's a children's entertainer who brought on someone she later found out was Hamas affiliated. Well, that's a big oops, isn't it? Could happen to the best of us. Why do people say that this was a fucking really good Pierce segment? Is it really? Hang on. Did you cover? Why are you asking me if I've covered stuff when I've just been on for 5 minutes? What the fuck? Less than 5 minutes.
Vote for me so we can kick every dirty Muslim out of Texas.
Holy shit. What did she say? Fuck me. Maybe she meant most Muslims are clean, but we just want to kick out the dirty ones. That's the MAGA spin.
Fear the groomers. I don't fear the pedophiles. I don't fear the corrupt politicians. And I definitely do not fear the dirty Muslims.
Valentina is just a bigot, plain and simple. And you can tell by looking at her that her IQ hovers around room temperature.
Whoa. By looking at her, eh? What? Is that really how you tell? What? Because she's like a Hispanic woman. Oh, no.
Donald Trump and Hegseth
Double
have killed
racism.
more people than Jeffrey Dahmer with his illegal strikes.
Dude, I've killed more people than Jeffrey Dahmer, and I don't think I'm a bad guy.
Ooh. That's the guy that was in the raid on bin Laden's complex.
The scale of the Minnesota fraud scandal is jaw-dropping by anyone's measure. More than $1 billion has been illicitly drained from welfare programs, mostly by members of the large Somali community. At least some of that money is thought to have ended up in the coffers of Islamist terror group Al-Shabab. And some of the early attempts to investigate this mass fraud were reportedly silenced over fears of racism. We've seen this story before. there's uncomfortable echoes of a UK grooming scandal in which the systematic abuse of young white girls by mostly Pakistani men was shamefully ignored over fears of stoking racial tensions. But just as it's absurd and abhorrent to argue that every British Muslim man is a rapist, it's clearly wrong to say that every one of the 16,000 Somalians in the US are thieves. That's why many are unhappy with some of the rhetoric pouring from the White House.
I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state
Somalians.
for billions of dollars.
Billions.
Billions. Every year, billions of dollars.
Billions. Hang on.
And they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say
Chicken Foot Gaming Gamer, thanks for $5. Hassan went to Ireland, as I'm sure you know about Irish wanting to bring back Irish right and left, obsessing over language is cringe to me opinion. Could you like try that again, but like a normal I have no idea what that sentence means. What are you trying to say?
that about other countries too.
Well, anyone who thinks the president himself is an Islamophobe might want to check with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia or the Emir of Qatar. But there's no doubt that his words carry weight with the people who support him. And just as we saw in the aftermath of a National Guard terror attack carried out by an Afghan immigrant who'd worked with the CIA, many think it's now open season on all Muslims. Republican congressional candidate Valentina Gomez, who's listening in and joins us shortly, posted this.
Texas, I've officially filed to become your next congresswoman. So the choice is yours. Vote for me so we can kick every dirty Muslim out of Texas. For me, this is just an election.
I don't know is there something, I don't know if I'm American enough to make a comment about how it's just ironic that the fucking, one of the most brazenly racist, straight to the point fucking American right-wingers is a Hispanic person. Holy shit.
But for you and your daughter, this is your life. Because Texas has only gotten more Muslim under these weak Republicans.
Whoa.
New York City already fell to Islam.
How Muslim is Texas? Like, where the fuck?
So did Michigan and Minnesota. And you're next in line. If Texas falls to Islam, it's simply because you didn't vote correctly. God bless you all.
Well, many people who railed against woke identity politics, including myself, said they were doing so because they believe in a free market meritocracy.
How can you be a Hispanic Republican and still get elected after the whole ICE thing? I think some people are just kind of stuck in this world where, like, World War II Nazism is like the only kind of bigotry. It's been a very long time now that what dominates right-wing bigoted politics, especially around immigration, is not racism in the classical fucking skull measuring set. It's xenophobia. It's xenophobia. So, and it's also very conditional xenophobia in certain areas, right? So, like, Americans will have this thing where they, even British people, even some of like the really far right British people will talk about how much they love the local ones who are here, like the local Muslims and the local Indians, all that, provided they came legally. We just have a problem with all the new ones and the boats. But then they'll kind of just act as if the boats are like all of them or most of them, which they're not even close to, and it's all very, very confused. And I think it's the same thing as well, where like an American racist or right winger will say that they love Hispanic people, but just not these ones who are doing the border crossings. But because they think there are like 30 million who made those border crossings just under Biden alone. Is it 20 or 30 million? It always changes. But yeah, it's obviously it's a very different kind of bigotry to the old scientific racism that we were used to in the 20th century.
Judge people by what they do and not what they are. Stop dividing everybody into fighting factions based on skin color or religion and claiming your team is under existential attack. Security and immigration is a separate debate, and we're going to have it in a moment. But I have a simple message for everybody now blaming every Muslim for every one of their problems. Stop being so woke. And we'll debate all this with my panel in a moment, but joining me now is Tricia McLaughlin, the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at the Department of Homeland Security. Welcome. First of all, there are lots of legitimate issues with immigration in the United States, as indeed there are in my country. And I've said this a few times on my show recently, that I think most Americans agree with the extraordinary success of the Trump administration and
Do I
basically
care about this person? I don't think I give a fuck about this person. I want to see the panel. I want to go straight into the milk.
Great to have you back on Uncensored, as always.
Look at this.
You,
What a distinguished
you served
panel.
in Afghanistan. This is a complex issue, isn't it? Because there are many Afghanis who helped America in the war against the Taliban, for example, who then got brought back to the United States. And this can include translators or people who actually fought alongside Americans or whatever it may be, but who performed a valuable public service for America, who were brought back to the United States. And the fear about them is that in the light of this dreadful attack on the National Guard members, which is a clear terrorist attack by one of these people who's just gone rogue or maybe got radicalized, we just don't know yet the full story. But whatever it was, it caused him to commit double murder. In the process of working through how this gets resolved, there's a potential for a lot of these Afghanis to be sent back to Afghanistan. Well, I would think they would face immediate threats to their lives and possible death.
Well, Piers, you said it correctly when I think the word you use is complex, because that's the simplest way to say it. It's very, very complex, and there's so many different avenues. When I think of guys that we worked with coming back here, I'm very familiar with that. When I was over there running an outstation in Jalalabad, Afghanistan, we were hiring locals, and I remember just, parts of Hearts and Minds is to, build the economy, hire electricians, hire plumbers, house security, hire cooks. And I was explaining to one of my guys over there, I called him Larry. He was from Kabul. The thought of a Walmart.
Larry the Afghan.
I explained a Walmart to him, and he said, wait, you can get ice and milk in the same store? And I'm like, yeah, dude, you can get ice, you can get milk, you can get your taxes done, your oil
You
change.
can get guns. I went to a Walmart. You got guns in there. You can get ammunition. Hell yeah.
I'm trying to explain to it, and it just blew his mind. The idea of a store where you can get everything is so beyond a lot of the people that are born in certain places' capacity that putting them in a place like the United States without properly assimilating them is going to be a big problem just off the bat. This dude that allegedly committed the murder and the shootings would lock himself in blacked out spaces, all depressed, which I see that, not speaking the language, not being used to what you're doing here. It's not as simple as Iraq, Afghanistan. What's the difference? They helped us bring them over here. This is a major shift in them. And you need to keep in mind, men like that, a lot of them, they don't even know how old they are. All they know is violence their entire life. They've been fighting wars forever. They might resort to violence. A lot of stuff needs to be considered, not just thanks for helping us and try not to do the call to prayer 5 times a day. There's so much involved. And it takes a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, and not just shoot from the hip solutions. So I think that these are pretty much one of one every time.
Omar Badr, welcome back to Uncensored. Good to have you back. You just heard me speak to Tricia McLaughlin, Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at the Department of Homeland Security. There's a lot of stuff going on here with the administration now in relation to the Somalians, with this issue in Minnesota, with relation to Afghanis because of the shooting of the National Guard members and so on.
You don't really call them Afghanis, do you? They're just Afghans. You would just say Afghans.
What is your overview about what is going on?
Yeah, Piers, we know this stuff pretty well when it's committed by people domestically. The overwhelming majority of mass shootings that occur in the United States are committed by white people. The person who shot Charlie Kirk, it's white. People who shoot up schools on a regular basis. And we have the common sense to say we deal with these people individually. This is not reflective of the white community in America, and it doesn't mean that we have to take measures against the white community in the United States. We say what mental health factors, what ideological motivations. We deal with it with a level of nuance that makes sense. And we have an administration that simply traffics in bigotry. And so when you have an act of violence committed, in this case, the guy from Afghanistan, he was a recruit for CIA death squads in Afghanistan.
Ooh,
That's the operative point. It's the death squads part that makes people more inclined towards...
Just like Osama bin Laden, Obama. J. Colon, next to the 499. What did the Somalis do in Minnesota? I have no fucking idea. Something that made Trump mad, I guess.
Violence that makes them a risk, not the fact that he's Afghan. And to then take this particular incident and to generalize it about what threat Afghans might be posing or what threats Somalis might be posing or Muslims or whatever, that is bigotry 101. Basic elementary common sense can tell you that this is not how you deal with situations. And it's just incredibly disappointing and disheartening that we're living in a context in which people use that kind of bigotry to try to gain political advantage. People move people's emotions in a way that helps them take a political advantage. And it's extremely disappointing and the wrong way to go about things, especially if you're trying to build a strong, united country. You don't do it by dividing people.
She's so happy.
Valentina Gomez, you were laughing as you were listening there. Many people have not been laughing at your video, particularly at phrases like "vote for me so we can kick every dirty Muslim out of Texas." If you had a Muslim candidate in Texas saying "vote for me so we can kick every dirty Christian out
She's
of..."
26 years old. That's crazy, man. How am I almost 10 years older than this fucking... Jesus.
Texas, you would rightly, I imagine.
So she's a candidate for what? I didn't see that. Like a congressional candidate or for a district? There's not really that much of her that shows up on Google. I guess she... candidate for a district 31 general. Okay.
Be outraged at that. Why do you think
it would be House representative, yeah.
Think it's acceptable to use a phrase like "so we can kick every dirty Muslim out of Texas"?
Good morning, peers. And since you didn't have the decency of introducing me correctly, I'll happily do it. Good morning to all my beautiful people in England. Hello to all of my lads in the UK. Last time I was there, I had an amazing time. I'm Valentina Gomez. I will be the next congresswoman for the state of Texas, and I'm a warrior of the one true King Jesus Christ. And England and peers, the United States and England was built by white Christian men that follow Jesus Christ, not by a bunch of Mohammeds. So let's get that cleared out right away.
Right, you haven't answered my question. Why do you, if it was the other way around?
That's funny, because I seem to recall people saying the same thing about South American migrants. Actually, a lot of people still do. Or Central America. Is she Mexican? Is she Mexican? Central America, I'm sorry. Because I remember that, I know that some Mexicans can be bigoted against South Americans, right? Because that's what Mr. Salamanca says in Breaking Bad. Forgot.
Be rightly outraged. Why do you think it's acceptable as somebody running for office in the United States
from Colombia
to be so blatantly... Why would you be so blatantly hateful towards one group of people?
You call it hateful and bigotry and racist and all of that garbage. I call it the truth. America is a Christian nation. These Muslims come to Christian nations.
So can we get an influx of fucking Christians from Uganda? Can you? Yeah? Should be cool with that.
Our churches, rape our women, shoot our American soldiers point blank, killing one of them in broad daylight, then chanting Allahu Akbar. Pierce, my brother is a National Guardsman. He literally puts himself...
Did he do that? Did he chant? Did he even... Whatever.
...on the line for this nation. So yes, these dirty Muslims have no place in America and have no place in England.
But as you speak, you see, I'm just seeing a brazen Islamophobe. And people say that phrase doesn't exist. It doesn't. And I'm sure you find it funny, but I think you can make perfectly pertinent points about what's happened here without descending into such vile hatred towards an entire...
Please, can someone just like try to do the logic of this, right? Like if it's about Christianity, is it? So you want to empty fucking... Like, you'd be okay with an influx of, clearly, wherever the fuck you came from. Like, clearly, you're okay with an influx from either South or Central America, wherever you're from. So, surely, by logical extension, you'd be okay with, like, an influx from Rwanda or Namibia or fucking, like, South Sudan. Come on. Let's take her on.
Religion. And there are 5 million Muslims in the United States. Why would you want to categorize them in such a grotesque manner?
Oh, and those 5 million Muslims should definitely go back to their 56 Muslim nations. And let's get something very clear right now in your little show, peers. I don't fear the groomers. I don't fear the pedophiles. I don't fear the corrupt politicians. And I definitely do not fear the dirty Muslims.
Let me bring in...
Can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
No.
I mean, just...
Oh my God. Fucking hell, man. Who is this person?
Clear about the fact. I mean, sure, Valentina is just a bigot, plain and simple, engages in the worst kinds of bigotry imaginable. But it's worth noting that she's fundamentally un-American because the American Constitution says that you cannot discriminate against people based on religion. That is pretty clear. And so she's engaging in an anti-American campaign in the name of protecting America, which is just irony beyond imagination. So yes, she's a charlatan. She doesn't know what she's talking about. You can tell by looking at her that her IQ hovers around room temperature. To me, the real scandal is not engaging with her directly because she's beneath taking seriously. But the problem
She's
is with the
dumb and ugly.
GOP that you
Hell
have
yeah.
a major
Get
party
her.
in this country having a candidate running under its flagship, engaging in this kind of really incredibly hateful, incendiary rhetoric, and they do nothing about it. We've seen it with the dissent with Donald Trump himself, with the lawlessness that he has brought to the table and the corruption that he's allowed to get away with without the party really standing.
Now we'll know exactly what her IQ is, because if she's an intelligent bigot, she's going to call him out for misogyny for commenting on her looks, and she's going to do the outwoking. That's what an intelligent bigot would do. They're very good at that. They're very sharp. They're very quick to spot any opportunity to counter woke.
Up and putting country before party and before president. And you can see that slippery slope now leading to this level, where you have just a complete hateful clown like this person representing that party without the party objecting to it.
Yeah, you know what?
Leading us towards a very, very dark place in this country.
I actually completely.
All right.
I completely agree with you. There are perfectly legitimate.
No, Piers. And to
Well,
the
I
other
do. I
Muslims,
actually do agree with him.
let's
I think
make
your
something very
brazen
clear.
bigotry is obvious.
Let's make something very clear, Piers.
Yeah.
I only discriminate against terrorists. These terrorists have no place in America. They have no place in the world. And the best type of terrorist is a dead terrorist. And let's look at your Quran. Your Quran 12 states to terrorize and behead those who believe in scriptures other than the Quran. And that Afghani, that dirty Muslim that killed Sarah Beckstrom.
It doesn't actually say that, and this is the problem.
And Andrew Wolf, who is
The Quran's whole thing was about, especially with what they did, was if you were like one of the believers of different, like if you were part of the Abrahamic faith, whether you were Jewish or Christian, you lived as a minority with special protections. Like that was generally how the Muslim conquest went. But okay, as long as you had some connection, yeah, people of the book, that's what they called them. That's what I was looking for. Yeah.
Let me bring in Kasim Rashid. Welcome to Uncensored. If you'd like to say what you want to say.
Yeah, I co-sign everything Omar said there. And I think fundamentally this is where we are as a country, where rather than talking about real serious issues, we have these firebrands. I think she ran in Missouri, got 7%, moved to Texas to try to lose there as well. Look, the reality is that, we need to look at the facts here. And the facts tell us that immigration is a net positive in every single way to this country. The facts tell us, a Northwestern University study of the last 150 years found that at no point in American history have immigrants had a higher crime rate than born U.S. citizens. We're talking about Somalia, and we're talking about Minnesota. Well,
I doubt most people of the book would like to live as that particular protected class. Really? You think most people don't like to be second class? That's crazy. I thought they loved it. It's just a bit different to getting fucking your head chopped off and raped and then killed again by whatever this person's saying.
Minnesota is the 4th best state in the country to start a business and to live and to work. It's the 15th safest state in the country as well. And so, the difference here is that we want the constitutional principles of due process of law to apply. And this idea that we're a Christian nation is contradicted by the founders of this country itself. We are actually a secular democratic republic where people can believe or not believe as they wish without oppression. And I think it's critically important that whatever our political differences, we stand united on this basic principle that human dignity, human rights, religious freedom must be protected, even for those with whom I disagree, because at the end of the day, that's what the First Amendment requires. That's what the Constitution requires. If we lose that principle, then we deteriorate into fascism and anarchy, and I don't think anybody wants that.
Rob O'Neill.
If it's so good living as a religious minority in Muslim countries, why is Loner living in the West? Oh, you're sorry. I keep forgetting. Some people are fucking retarded. Okay, fuck me. It is not unethical to mute people for being retarded, or is it really? Okay.
What do you feel about this? I do feel that rhetoric matters when we talk about these things. I do think that some of the language we've just heard from one of the other panelists is outrageous, appalling, disgusting, bigoted. It just should be called out for what it is, whether you're on the left or right. It makes a difference to me. But what do you feel about this? I just feel these debates should be had.
She's a Jan Sixer, is she? I stormed the Capitol, and then Texas got its first ever Judeo-Christian capital day. What? Why is she? It's so stupid, man. It's just like attention-seeking fucking firebrand dipshit. Oh god, she's trying to do like the MTG thing. But the problem with people like this is like you still need to. What I imagine is going to happen is she's probably, if I go through the comment section of this or I go through social media, there will be a whole bunch of fucking whatever groiper, racist, like right-winger reform people being like, oh, based, fucking based. But obviously, you need a bit more than that if you're going to win an election, even in a fucking shitty red state.
Without descending into blanket
seeing
bigotry.
it.
Well, I mean,
This is like a 15-minuter. That's what this is. If ever I've seen a 15-minuter.
yeah, I mean, debates should be had, but I also believe in the First Amendment. You should be able to say whatever you
Oh,
want.
sure. Yeah, but that gives me the right to call it out.
Well, I mean, it's designed to protect speech you hate, and I would much rather someone be telling me exactly how they feel than like people in Washington do, tell me what I think I need to hear, and then go behind my back and commit massive fraud. I want to hear. I mean, you can say whatever you want. Someone who's been canceled, myself, say what you want, but deal with the consequences as they come, justified or not. That's just how it is. But the conversation is needed. I mean, even on forgive me, but one of the guests called the Afghan part of a death squad is someone who spent a lot of time with this particular pursuit team, but they were actually called the counterterror pursuit team. I don't know. We don't have death squads, so that's ridiculous. That's violent rhetoric right there itself. But he should be able to say it just when people like me who have been places like that realize, well, this guy's obviously doesn't know what he's talking about. But anyway, but again, the conversations do need to be had because
This is the guy who killed Osama bin Laden with his bare hands. And then a bunch of other people were like, actually, he was kind of, he wasn't really as prominent in the fight as he says he is. Oh, God. He was there, though, right? This guy was one of the guys who was in Abbottabad. That's what it's called, the place. Abbottabad. I can't say it without saying it in the American accent because I just remember watching this documentary about fucking bin Laden. And this guy was one of the SEALs speaking in it. And just hearing him and all the intel guys, Abbottabad.
brush stroking everyone, every religion, every color of skin is wrong. But then if your only defense is Islamophobe, racist, name calling, that's nothing either.
No, but I agree. Listen, I've seen it for example, with the war in Gaza, that anyone who criticizes, as I have done increasingly in the last year, the Israeli government for decisions it's taken, having always supported their right to defend themselves and always supported the state of Israel to exist. But notwithstanding that, if you criticize the Israeli government, immediately you get branded now an anti-Semite, which I think is absurd. So I think you've got to take what people say and you've got to analyze it, and you've got to accept that criticizing an institution or a government for decisions they take, particularly in war, doesn't make you hateful of the people. I mean, it was interesting. I thought you posted something which Donald Trump reposted, Rob, which I'd love you just to expand on. Sure. You said in relation to the murder of the 2 National Guard members, if you've never been to Afghanistan, you wouldn't understand it. If you showed these people an espresso machine and gave them free coffee, they would assume you were a witch and chop your head off, but let's bring them in. Now, that's created, as you know, a lot of furore. What exactly did you mean?
Well, I mean, that's obviously tongue-in-cheek, and I actually I used X for purely entertainment, and, you know, that's that. What the point I was making, I have been to places like the Pesh River Valley in Afghanistan where there's families from the Shuriak Valley, the Korangal Valley, who have probably been living next to each other for 10,000 years. But if you make a mistake as someone from the Shuriak going to the Korangal, they're going to cut your head off. This is a very serious place, and the vast majority of Westerners have no idea what they're talking about. Northeastern Afghanistan, northwestern Pakistan, the federally administered tribal area. These are not places like here. If you just grab people like that and say, hey, you're an American, you're going to get what happened here because of the violence and not understanding. The point I was making, I showed a dude, we were going to rescue Marcus Luttrell. I showed a dude from the Shuriak Valley, his own village, the first time he'd ever seen an iPad or an aerial shot. I might as well have showed him the face of Muhammad itself. The guy, he physically couldn't handle the technology I was showing him. A lot of these people can't physically handle the Western culture until they're properly assimilated. That was my point, peppered with humor.
It's a very familiar story when it comes
grumble.
to debt. The banks win, you pay. Fees and phone calls pile up every month.
Yeah, I never trust these, like, people who go into fucking war zones, either as soldiers or doctors or whatever else, or like what fucking... And they come back and they just tell you their little fucking anecdotes. I'm just like, I feel like as soon as you've got to the position where you're going to be a mouthpiece, like a spokesperson on what you saw publicly on TV, I feel like you just have to be bullshitting a little, like, because there's probably a lot of people who have done this stuff and they want to talk about it, but obviously it's like the person with the most entertaining and the most saleable story who's going to rise to the top. I don't know. I know Marcus Luttrell. He's also his whole version of the story with what happened to him is in dispute. Yeah.
Unless you fight back.
Because he was kidnapped, wasn't he? He was kidnapped by some Afghans.
PDS debt has helped hundreds of thousands of people cut debt and put money
They're
back in their
special for a
pockets.
reason.
If you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, and medical bills, PDS offers custom options to help you get out of debt fast. They'll go beyond the numbers to understand.
Don't trust Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns out on Piers Morgan. You know why? Because his stories are fucking boring. They're normal. They're like war stories. I mean, they're not. I'm joking, obviously, but like, he doesn't sell it the way this fucking cowboy does, talking about shooting Bin Laden in the face. If you're not shooting Bin Laden in the face, no one wants to know about your goofy ass war.
Understand your unique situation and craft a personalized plan. There's no minimum credit score, and they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Don't wait another month. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment.
That's such a long ad.
And on the wider point about who the United States should let in, Rob, what is your view of that? I mean, obviously America was founded in a very multicultural way, right? It was the place that everyone could come to.
Yeah, but I mean, America wasn't founded by grabbing a bunch of dudes from other countries, bringing them here, giving them free apartments and welfare. It was by people who wanted to escape.
He knows. He's seen gangs in New York when the fucking Irish come in and get big bowl of soup. The soup welfare state. It was a smaller government back then.
Religious persecution, and they started building things, not just coming here getting handouts. I mean, I've been a lot of places and I've seen a lot of people, and I mean, some of the most welcoming people I've met were in a war zone in Ramadi. Like, I've seen it, and you can't just say these people bad, these people good. The conversations need to be had, but again, you need to be realistic. And as soon as the truth is told and you don't like it, you just say racist. You're not going to build anything up.
Let's talk about the truth here, Piers. I got to jump in here. When we talk about the founding of America, it was founded by European colonizers, built on the backs of enslaved Africans and on the genocide of indigenous people. To claim that it wasn't, just free handout, it literally was. The Homestead
fucking
Act,
giggling away and shit,
which was finally repealed in 1987, gave hundreds of millions of acres of free land to white European immigrants while denying them to the descendants of enslaved Africans. And so even to this day, the single demographic, the largest demographic on public welfare are white Americans, and studies have been done on this.
What about the 6,000 slaves that died building the World Cup venues for the Middle East in 2020?
And we condemn that too, and that's the
modern
difference between
slavery right now. Don't throw that slavery to the United States. We didn't invent it. We were the first to end it.
And that is the difference between me and you. I have no problem condemning that slavery by Qatar during the World Cup. I have zero.
Why don't you lead with that?
I wonder if would Omar join in on that, because he works for Al Jazeera. He probably could. They're probably going to give him a pass on that one.
That was recent.
Why are we not holding them accountable? The difference is that I want there to be accountability and restitution there.
That's not the topic.
But there is no accountability and restitution or reparations for the enslaved Africans and their descendants.
Imagine if Israel was brought up. You think Omar would be like, that's not the topic.
Who suffered genocide, and we rewrite this history. Well, we built it by our bootstraps. No, you didn't. You built it on the backs of enslaved Africans. And to the comment that Islam is new to America, 1/3 of those Africans were Muslim, who were forced into Christianity, who were beaten and murdered and raped. This is the legacy of this country, and for us to move forward,
it's the legacy of the world, bro. The legacy of the world. Slavery's been everywhere, and it still exists in the Middle East.
Yeah,
hasn't been here in a while. Hundreds of thousands of Americans died again.
The only ones that abolished slavery was America.
I'm not defending that slavery. You're defending the left.
America was the only one. America was quite late, actually. There was quite a few countries that came before America. But
okay. Slavery here in the United States. That's the fundamental difference between us.
I'm defending the United States because everybody in the world's trying to get here, because whatever we did works. It's the greatest country in the world. That's what I'm doing, dude.
With a known war criminal, and you're trying to lecture me. I'm agreeing. We shouldn't be supporting those people. My question to you is, why do you continue to support a president who is rubbing elbows with MBS, who, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth have killed more people than Jeffrey Dahmer with these illegal strikes, which are clearly a violation of international law.
All right, let me ask. Hang on, please. Let me ask Robert. Hang on, please. I want to ask, since you raised it, I want to ask Rob, given your outstanding service to your country, what do you make of these strikes on these Venezuelan boats. I mean, the argument, as you know, of people who are highly concerned about this is that there's been no evidence provided to the American people that they were all members of these gangs, one. And that secondly, in the most recent one, there appears to have been a double attack with people being attacked while they were in the water, and that is a breach of Geneva Convention. What is your view of both those issues?
Well, my view is, first of all, I wasn't there, so I can't say from firsthand knowledge. I'm going off of my experience. And if these are designated terrorist organizations hitting with a
does not mean anything. If just because the American government said that they're a designated terrorist organization, that doesn't give you the right to go and fucking bomb them. Like, you can't just arbitrarily have the executive call someone a terrorist, and therefore, really, can they airstrike Antifa then because they're a designated terrorist organization? What the fuck? By Trump's executive order? Please. Oh, fuck. Someone ask him, can they airstrike Antifa? They're terrorists, according to Trump.
Drone strike
according to the executive
is
branch.
within legal authorization, and they have teams of lawyers telling them that too. And in all my experience with drone strikes, it's never hit them once, and if they live, it's like, oh, whoopsie poopsie, you got to live. You hit them again, I think. I'm assuming I wasn't there, but I believe it's called delegated authority kill missions. That's what I'm thinking. If they're terrorists and they're going to kill 100,000 people a year with the fentanyl they're bringing in, I don't have a problem with that. But again, I'm not in the chain of command. If they're doing it legally, I don't think it's a problem. We do it everywhere in the world. We killed an American, Anwar al-Awlaki, in 2011 in Yemen in a drone strike. He wasn't convicted by a jury. Then we killed his son 2 weeks later. President Obama was in charge, so not a lot of hullabaloo about that. But because now we're in our own...
There was a lot of hullabaloo about that. The difference was they consulted the Office of Legal Counsel beforehand, and they were operating in a venue that was a fucking war venue by the American government. Like, America's not at war with Venezuela. They're not.
Well, we're in our hemisphere here, and because you got to figure, you got to follow the money. Where are these drugs coming from South America, eking their way up through, the United States, up near the Chicago area, some of the Great Lakes for distribution? Someone's involved somewhere. Just follow the money. And the previous point too about bringing up Jeffrey Dahmer, dude, I've killed more people than Jeffrey Dahmer, and I don't think I'm a bad guy.
The quiet part is you have to get them all in the first strike. Seems dumb. Well, generally, you can go if you bomb like a military target and the people there are injured, but they're not showing any sign of surrender or whatever else. And the anticipation is that they're just going to, once they're, back to fucking business, they're just going to go back to fight. Then you can ensure that you can strike them again to ensure like lethality, especially if it's like for a bigger figure. But that's not the case with shipwreck. Shipwreck is actually, it's got its own fucking, they actually put the word in, shipwreck, that you can't double target someone. Because once you're shipwrecked, you might as well be, it's the equivalent of completely incapacitated. You cannot be part of a military operation if you're shipwrecked. It's hard to combat. Yeah. Also, that's assuming the first strike was legal. That's assuming the targets were legal, which they're not.
That's not the high bar.
The truth is, we need more.
There's a big difference.
Let me bring in. I want to bring in.
Loda never watched that WIC panel. No, why? Which one?
I want to bring in Omar, if I may. I want to bring in Omar. Omar, let's talk about a wider issue here. Like in the UK, we have as many Muslims, if not more now, than in the whole of the United States. So pretty disproportionate. I mean, by comparison, for example, in the United States, there are 4 to 5 million Muslims and 4 to 5 million Jews. In the UK, there are about 5 million Muslims and 250,000 Jews. So it's a different dynamic to what is going on in the country. And the concern in my country, which has always been very tolerant, I think very multicultural, very well assimilated in the main. The
Destiny, Soy Pill, WIC, Shipwrecks. Okay, let's see.
The concern comes from people who look at reports, verified reports, that there are now nearly 100 unofficial Sharia law courts, for example, operating in the UK.
Sharia. Fuck! What do they do, Pierce? Hit him with the nuclear option. What do they do that we should be concerned about?
In other words, there are a group of people, in this case, a Muslim community,
he's going to elaborate?
Operating their own law within our framework of our law.
That's literally not what they're doing. That's literally not what they're doing. What the fuck? Unless you mean like a fucking social club might have some rules, and that's them operating within their own law, within the British... Okay, so?
Laws. Is that something that should be tolerated? I mean, should countries like the United States and the UK tolerate the existence
Absolutely not.
of rival
Absolutely
courts,
not.
rival law.
It's not a rival. It's not a rival court. It's not a rival law. It's not. It's are the Jewish fucking marriage councils? Are they rival? Fuck.
in their own border.
Capital punishment.
Bah.
Piers, I promise I will answer your question very directly, but just a quick comment on those strikes and the mention of Obama. There's no question that Obama did, in fact, engage in unlawful strikes, and people should object to them when he kills an American citizen abroad with those drone strikes. And what Trump has done is just escalated that to a worse level. With Obama, again, not defending his policy, it's indefensible and should be condemned. Nonetheless, struggling with the idea is
these two acts are not even slightly equivalent. Like it was a fucking whatever you call it, like a theater of war or like a theater of conflict in Yemen. Like there were actually like terrorists by this definition that everyone would agree on, not people sending drugs, and the weapons that they have are the drugs that will be sold and consumed willingly by Americans. Like fuck me. Ugh. Doesn't the Catholic Church have its own set of rules which technically rival the states? You could say that in the UK as well. We're Church of England, right? Yeah. I was supposed to look for shipwreck. Just them reading the laws. Horse de combat.
Section 5.9, persons placed hors de combat.
Oars.
Persons, including combatants, placed hors
I thought it was that until 2 days ago. Retard.
de combat may not be made the object of attack. Persons placed hors de combat include the following categories of persons, provided they...
Does a drug addict consume willingly? More so than the victim of an airstrike gets hit willingly. Yes.
They abstain from any hostile act and do not attempt to escape. 1. Persons in the power of an adverse party. 2. Persons not yet in custody who have surrendered. 3. Persons who have been rendered unconscious or otherwise incapacitated by wounds, sickness, or shipwreck. And 4. Persons parachuting from aircraft in distress. So, if the Washington Post report is correct, Andrew, could you give us the legal...
It wasn't a shipwreck. The drugs were still operational. The chemical weapons, they still had... You can fit several pounds of chemical warfare, of chemical agents up your asshole in a plastic baggie.
Reasoning that, in your opinion, in your argument, why those shipwrecked narco guys were a legal target.
Well, they weren't shipwrecked. They were blown up.
What do you think shipwrecked means?
Who the fuck is this guy? I'm starting to... There's an inverse correlation now, right? With these fucking old-ass leather-bound books. It's like a guarantee that you're going to be even dumber than expected, right? What the fuck? Where's he going?
Legal target.
Well, they weren't shipwrecked. They were blown up.
What do you think shipwrecked means?
Shipwrecked means a ship wrecks on a reef.
No, that's not what it means. It means your ship has been rendered incapacitated.
Look, even this fucking magatard knows, right? He knows. A shipwreck is... Why do you think they make a special... Why do you think they single out the word shipwreck in a military manual? Just in case... Oh, just by chance. What if just by chance... someone comes across a fucking ocean liner that's just bonked into an iceberg, in which case, we can't target those guys, sorry. Can't target them. Really? Do you think they should do that with battleships as well, right? Like your battleship gets sunk, or your battleship gets like critically damaged. So then you get the fucking team out to deploy the iceberg. Throw it into the sea, throw some fucking blocks of ice on the sea, get your fucking boombox out and blast the music for Titanic so that when the airstrike comes to finish you off, they could be like, wait a minute, wait. Command, target appears to have been shipwrecked. Oh fuck, abort.
It could have been because it got wrecked, or it could have been it got blown up. The reality is that the people on the ship, even if they were enemy combatants, of which we have no proof of, by the way, even if they were, as soon as their ship has been rendered unable to perform any combat functions, and the people in the water, they have obtained.
Where does it say that?
Say what?
No.
You're a lawyer. What do you? Hey, I'm curious.
How can the guys literally just said they weren't shipwrecked, they were blown up? How is this fucking? You think the fucking DOD is just sitting there like, wait a minute, we need to make, what if you come across a marooned pirate ship? Huh? Yeah, in the Spanish Armada, there might have been some of those big wooden boats that just kind of like bonked into the fucking hills. That just got fucking stranded in the beach. It's not fair to target them. They've suffered enough.
Yeah, wait, no, inform us. You're a lawyer. When there are words that appear legally and there are statutes, how would you figure out what it actually?
He's there. He's there to. It's a troll, right? They're just there to inflame. Wait, hang on. Is this guy a lawyer? Is he like a self-defense? Is this guy a professional? And he's out here. The fuck? Wait, hang on. I do believe. Let's see what the footnote is. I wonder if I haven't read this. This is just improv. Orders to fire upon the shipwrecked would be clearly illegal, and that's based on a judgment in the case of Lieutenants Dithmar and Bolt on the hospital ship Landovery Castle, Second Criminal Senate of the Imperial Court of Justice, Germany. It is certainly to be urged in favor of the military subordinates that they are under no obligation to question the order of their superior officer, and they can count upon its legality. But no such confidence can be held to exist if such an order is universally known to everybody, including also the accused, to be without any doubt whatever against the law. This happens only in rare and exceptional cases, but this case was precisely one of them, for in the present instance, it was perfectly clear to the accused that killing defenseless people in the lifeboats could be nothing else but a breach of the law. As naval officers by profession, they were well aware, as naval expert Salwiacher has strikingly stated, that one is not legally authorized to kill defenseless people. They well knew that this was the case here. They quickly found out the facts by questioning the occupants in the boats when these were stopped. They could only have gathered from the order given by Patzig that he wished to make use of his subordinates to carry out a breach of the law. They should therefore have refused to obey. So they're talking about people in lifeboats who are communicating with. Okay, so how did the hospital ship get fucked? Let's see. What happened? This is a World War I thing, I'm guessing, right? These were officers off of a U-boat, okay. It sank a hospital ship, Landovery Castle. Why did it sink a hospital ship? Oh, wait, so the shipwreck was wrecked by a military operator. Oh, it was blown up. Almost as if this fucking retard over here, just, what, a professional fucking lawyer, okay. Huh, just invented the meaning. That's so convenient. That's crazy. I don't even know why I need to prove that. It's just interesting that the actual footnote goes clearly to a fucking instance, not only where there's a shipwreck, but also where the ship was wrecked, not because of a natural disaster, an act of God. The commander deliberately sank the hospital ship Landovery Castle. Is this like a Welsh thing? Landovery, like the fucking double L? Which he knew was a hospital ship from its markings and lights described for by the Hague Convention X. Apparently, he presumed the ship was carrying combatants or munitions and decided to torpedo it, in spite of having been advised not to do so by the accused Ludwig Dithmar. After having sank the ship, the commander decided to ascertain whether the hospital ship was carrying combatants and approached the surviving lifeboats. After having interrogated them and having found no indication that the hospital ship was carrying combatants or munitions, the U-boat fired at the lifeboats, sinking 2 out of the 3. Man. People talk about fucking Warcraft. Man, people were built differently back then. Read any fucking detailed stories about the military, let alone all the civilian killings, right? Like, just look at the fucking military ordered shit that happens in war. Fucking hell, man. They sank a hospital ship that was marked, and then they interrogated the people in the lifeboats, got no evidence that they were involved in military operations, and just sank them anyway. Man, war is hell. They were built differently back then. They don't make them like this anymore, or I guess they do, but just not as often. Jesus. It's like people talk about the USS Liberty and how much of a fucking important story that is in the year of 2025. You know, Churchill like sank French ships in World War II and killed like 2,000 people. You know he did that, right? Because he was worried that the French were about to get taken over by the Germans, and if the French government was going to capitulate, they were going to give the Germans access to these potentially like very powerful ships. So the British, rather than we're saying to the French, either give it over to us, give us the ships, or we're going to sink them. The French stuck by their guns, and Churchill sank the French. They were our allies. And then I think on Normandy, when the British were storming the fucking beaches, there was one position, I think, where the French were already there and they were firing on Brits as they landed. Because they were fucking mad. They killed like, bro, I swear they killed like over 1,000, maybe 1,200. Yeah, they killed 1,200 of our allies, our allied troops, in one bombardment. They were on our side, and we killed 1,200 of them. What's the story about the French firing on Brits, Normandy? Was that actually intentional? I'm not sure if that was intentional. No, they didn't actually. I'm thinking of something else. Oh, was it Algeria? No, that was the boats. Was it Algeria when the French actually fired on the British? I swear there was one incident where the French fired on the Brits. But I don't know if it was intentional in that case. The French ships wasn't intentional. Like, he literally said, get out those boats or I'm bringing them down. It was North Africa, okay. The court found that the firing against the hospital ship and against the lifeboats were offences against the law of nations. It found that the two accused merely obeyed the orders of Commander Patzig. However, this was not sufficient to relieve the accused from their responsibility. The court found that it was perfectly clear to the accused that their act was against the law, and that they should have refused to obey. Consequently, they were sentenced to 4 years imprisonment. What an incredible fucking footnote. Damn.
Means what would you do? What would you look up?
Are you allowed to shoot enemy soldiers who are running away?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because retreat can pertain to a military advantage. You can retreat tactically to strengthen your military advantage. If you're trying to surrender, you might not necessarily be told to retreat. Like, yeah, that's it. What tactic is involved in floating around in the sea? Bub, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
So why is this any different?
Because they're shipwrecked. They don't have the opportunity. They're not running away. They're in water. They're shipwrecked.
What about soldiers who are running away? They're not attacking you at the moment.
Because soldiers that are running away are still considered part of combat. Fleeing is a military operation.
Right. Why would these people in the boats get the benefit of the law of warfare where they're not engaged in any recognized military force or warfare?
Because when you're not...
We just don't have non-state actors as a category in the law? Okay. Bro. That's fucking insane. Strategic drowning. Yeah.
Person as threat. Are people going to die if we don't engage in that strike?
That's what they're saying, though, like, because they're in the water. But again, like, they might not have destroyed their weaponry, because in this case, their weapon. Remember, these guys, according to the magatards, right? These guys on these boats, if we believe everything they're saying, they are combatants, and their weapons are drugs that will be sold to buyers in the United States. So You can blow up the ship, but I guess if some of them still had like a fucking pound or two in their back pocket in a waterproof sealed bag, that's chemical weaponry that they are in possession of. So they could swim to shore. Is the risk. They could swim to shore and then end up fucking selling the drugs and killing them. You could kill a lot of Americans with a pound of fentanyl. Probably saved more lives than it took, really, when you look at it that way. That's crazy.
Kind of calculations he's engaging in, and frankly, he should have erred on not engaging in extrajudicial killings. But in the case of Trump, there's not even the pretense of that. He declared these organizations terrorists so he can justify this war. We're bombing boats that we don't know anything about. We don't have any confirmation that they're in fact engaged in drug smuggling. And even if we did, we have no sense of why anybody who's on board would be in fact a threat and could not be apprehended and put on trial. So we engage in these strikes and then we kill them when people are hanging on these boats who are injured and obviously pose no threat. I think this is just utterly grotesque abuse of power and use of violence for the sake of using violence, completely unjustifiable and for alternative political ends. So just want to put that out. Now, on the question...
How am I rooting for History Speaks right now? This is not History Speaks. This is a different bald... This guy is too slender to be History Speaks. What are you talking about?
Of Sharia court.
This is not History Speaks. He's just another baldy guy. Oh, God.
Certainly, they should not supersede the actual laws of the country. If a Muslim community wants to settle its own disputes using religious law consensually, they should be allowed to do that if they want to. There are certain things with Jewish law as well and many others. But ultimately, the law of the country is what should reign supreme. And if there are people who want to have the result, nobody should be able to impose that court in lieu of the actual law taking place and impose that on somebody else. So it's a matter of what the jurisdiction is of these courts. They should never supersede existing law, and I don't think that they do. I think these are completely consensual courts that people enter to resolve their religious disputes if they all parties agree that this is how they want to resolve their issues.
Sharia courts have no place in England. Sharia courts have no place in Christian nations. That's why you guys have 56 Muslim nations. And I fully support and love what President Trump and Pete Hegseth are doing. We need to bomb more narco-terrorists into oblivion. That's the reality. You defend terrorists because you're probably a little terrorist yourself.
This person's not getting shit, is she? This is fucking ridiculous. What, she tried in a different state and got 7% of the vote, and now it's such a fucking meme. Like, why are we entertaining this?
As well, that's the reality.
Why would you say that?
What would I say? What?
Why do you use language like that? Why do you brand a fellow panelist who's actually a respected journalist a terrorist?
Someone who is defending terrorists. Someone who is defending terrorism. Bringing drugs into the United States.
He hasn't defended terrorism. Only one. Just to be clear, Valentina Gomez. I've had 3 reasonable members of this panel offering reasonable arguments.
Reasonable,
all I've heard from you so far is dumb bigotry, accusations of terrorism against people who are just perfectly ordinary journalists. There's something wrong with you. Why do you do this?
Sounds like you during COVID, Piers. You were vilifying, shaming, and trying to destroy people for.
Oh, but I've apologized for that now, and I completely acknowledge the value of ivermectin and that the vaccine wasn't 100% effective. Like they all said it definitely would be. They all definitely said that.
For History Speaks right now. Crazy.
Thanks for the €10, Razor Fringe.
Wanting to take the COVID vaccine,
yeah.
You tried to destroy.
And you know what? I was wrong. I was wrong.
Exactly.
He fucking wasn't wrong. He just changed. He's just decided to deliberately misremember everything that was said by the mainstream at the time.
You're wrong, and you still are wrong today.
Well, you don't become less wrong. I've admitted I was wrong. I've apologized. What I've not seen from you, is any admission of being wrong or an apology for the disgusting way you talk about people. Why do you do it?
I apologize for nothing. My statements and my actions have endured the test of time. And Piers, since you cut me off, let me finish. You've been on national television for 20 years, and during that entire time, England has only gotten more Muslim.
Oh yeah, someone should have asked her if Jewish marriage councils were okay as well. People have woken up to AIPAC, one of the worst foreign entities that needs to be abolished. AIPAC hit me up. For what? Oh yeah, this is before. Fuck me, man. That's crazy.
For 20
When were
years,
you
you've
last
let
in
the
England?
boss to even say faggot or to even call out the rapist Muslims.
Oh!
You're not even censored. The truth is, you have been complicit with the rape of England into its submission.
Wow,
It's not only
she
in
speaks-
Keir
she
Starmer,
speaks
it's
to-
also
wow.
on you, on
Really?
the police and the courts that have covered up for their crimes. Absolutely. And I'll say
Really?
what everybody else is thinking. England is better off without all the Muslims. And that goes the same way to the United States. We can solve all of our problems if these Muslims are sent back to their Sharia nations because they're not here to
Oh, really? You
assimilate
think there would be
to
no
the
problems?
American or the
You think
British.
you'd have no?
Here's- let me
You think
finish.
you'd have
Let me
no?
finish,
Just to be
Lord.
clear,
Let me finish.
just to be
Here's-
no. I'll tell you
Lord.
what. You finish.
I'll
You
finish.
finish. You
They're
said.
not here to
You said what you
assimilate
want to
to
say.
the American or
You
the
said what you
British
want
way
to
of
say.
life.
Yeah. You see, this has been my suspicion
Okay.
because the last time you were here, you were at a Tommy Robinson march, and this has been my problem with Tommy Robinson.
Oh, yes.
No, yeah. Not that Tommy Robinson wasn't right to expose the grooming gangs. He was. The problem is that he and many of his followers, like you, actually hate Muslims. You're actual genuine Islamophobes. You would like them all removed
Only Muslims,
from the
they belong in
country.
their Muslim nations. That's the thing. They're just obsessed with coming to
I
Christian.
really, I never understand when people do this because people bring these like fucking crackpots on and they'll be like, listen, we got you. You're an Islamophobe. And she's going to be like, no, I'm not Islamophobe. I hate Muslims. You got me wrong, Pierre. I'm not afraid. I hate that. I'm a Muslim hater. Get it right. And it's just, I don't know what the point is. Like, what's the point in bringing on people so they can just soapbox us? Like, you realize that people like this are fucking immune to being called any slur or like any, not slurs, right? But like any derogatory, like any like racist, Islamophobe, bigot or anything like that. They're immune to all of it. They're immune to any of these fucking slight, like, he's just bringing it on for content.
Nations, burning our flag, chanting death to America, killing our American soldiers. So yes, they belong in their Muslim nations. Pierce, let me finish what I said. These Muslims are not here to assimilate to the American or the British way of life.
Actually, many
They only
Muslims assimilate perfectly well.
They only contribute to rape statistics and terrorist attacks.
Really? And you don't think any white Christians commit any crime in the UK or US?
They do, and we deal with them.
Well, we do the same with Muslims who commit crimes.
No, you don't. No,
yes,
you
we
don't,
do.
Pierce. That's why you have a huge Pakistani, a Muslim, a
That
dirty
was a
Muslim
disgusting
bullet
scandal.
going on in
Yeah,
the
you know
UK.
what? You know what? On that point,
It's over 10 years ago since this happened. Fucking hell, man. It's over 10 years ago.
on that point, you're absolutely right.
No, she's fucking not, you retard. Like what? This has been the thing. This has been the case for police officers across the board. They are just as bad at prosecuting rapes when it comes to fucking white girls as it is with when the perpetrators are Muslim. If it's white offenders or the fucking Catholic nursery from my fucking hometown that was abusing kids got away with it for 50 years until they were exposed in the press. Like 50 fucking years. How long did Jimmy Savile get away with what he was doing? Jesus, fuck.
The British Pakistani grooming scandal,
They're not British.
abuse scandal.
They're not British.
Well, you can use any terminology you like. I will use mine, which is the correct terminology. That scandal was disgusting. It was actually exposed by a journalist who I knew on the Times, who
Like
did
Tommy
some
Robinson?
extraordinary work. Tommy Robinson amplified it,
Helped.
but it was exposed by a journalist on the Times newspaper.
Because of Tommy Robinson,
and it was
Pierce,
and it was
nobody
covered
would
up
know.
and it was covered up in a disgraceful manner that shamed my country, right? And I'm very happy to agree about that point. But it doesn't mean that every Muslim of the 5 million Muslims in my country are somehow complicit with those disgusting monsters. In the same way that when a white Christian commits a heinous crime, I don't assume that every white Christian is the same. Why would you?
Pierce, you can take the Muslim out of a terrorist nation, but you cannot take the terrorism out of a Muslim. And give me one example of a Christian committing a terrorist attack right now.
Well,
against Muslims.
let me ask you then: when the UK,
What happened in Christchurch, mate? That was one of the biggest terror attacks in the English-speaking world. What the fuck?
UK and the United States illegally invaded Iraq in 2003. I waged a campaign against that. So, what would you say about that illegal invasion of a Muslim country?
Ooh,
Muslims are killing Christians in Nigeria, Pierce.
Right. So
These
I didn't ask you about Nigeria. I asked you about Iraq.
She ain't got shit. Answer the fucking question,
repeat your question again, please.
Yeah, repeat your... She wasn't even fucking listening. Dopey
Do you
fuck.
agree that we illegally invaded Iraq
I
in
don't think she's
2003?
bright enough to understand your question, Piers.
I don't think she does. I don't think she wants.
misogyny. She should. Again, if she was a smart racist, she would accuse him of being misogynist. She's not got it. She can't do it.
To understand it, but in
Then
2000,
she should quadruple strike them, quadruple tap them with the mansplaining fucking accusations. She's not doing it though. She ain't got it.
we, in my opinion, illegally invaded Iraq, a sovereign country. A million people died. It created ISIS, which then wreaked mayhem for 2 decades, and was a stain on my country and on the Prime Minister Tony Blair, who I think should have been held up in a court of law over what happened under my name and the name of the British people. But do you care about that? Do you care that 1 million people, including hundreds of thousands of Muslims, were killed in a war in Iraq, which, in my opinion, was fought on an illegal, false pretext that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, which he didn't, it turned out?
Piers, in 2003, I was 4 years old, and I cannot change what happened back then.
No, I asked you for your
still
opinion.
stand with America,
I asked you for your
and
opinion.
They can bomb every terrorist country they want. That's the
intellect has not
reality.
grown a year since then.
Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, ISIS,
still think
they
like
all
a
come from the
4-year-old.
Middle East. But then they're obsessed. Yes, I'm honest. And I am the American dream on steroids. I have worked my way to the top.
You're
I'm
not the American dream, Valentina. You're not the American dream. You're the American nightmare.
Yes, I am.
You're somebody fomenting hatred towards an entire community in your country. And I don't understand why you need to do that.
They belong in their Muslim nations, Piers. That's
Sorry?
the reality.
What's that?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
They belong in their Muslim nations,
Really?
Piers. That's the reality.
So would you deport every single?
You could be a leader for the UK,
just to be
but you
clear,
stay quiet.
just to be clear,
But
then you would
Piers,
deport. You would
wish you
deport.
could be a
Just to be
leader for the
clear.
UK,
Just to
but
be
you
clear.
stay
Just to be
quiet.
clear. You would deport every Muslim from the US and the UK, would you?
Yes.
Where I'm from, chips are called crisps, and our chips are actually what Americans call French fries, but that's not really.
Oh, is that a fact? Okay, good. Trump saying the most incredible fucking shit.
It's a con job. I think affordability is the greatest con job. They look at you and they say, affordability. They don't say anything else. Everyone says, oh, their prices were so low. No, they had the worst inflation. It's a con job. I think affordability is the greatest con job. They look at you.
He in the UK, there's this saying, which is if someone starts talking about something that's irrelevant, or usually irrelevant to a discussion, but it can be irrelevant in general, and you would say, "What's that got to do with the price of eggs?" You know, like we were talking about the price of egg, and someone starts yapping away about fucking about young hoodlums in the streets, and you're like, "What's that got to do with the price of eggs?" Someone's just pivoting a little bit. It's just interesting that Trump spoke so much about the fucking price. He literally spoke about the price of eggs. It's not metaphorical. He obsessed with the price of eggs. A proxy for affordability for the entire election fucking campaign. And now he's saying it's a fucking con job because he's not got the prices down. The prices are up. Inflation's up. Inflation's not really any better than it was in the month before Biden left office. And he keeps having to lie about fucking gas prices and medication prices. Unbelievable. The Hegseth smear was debunked yesterday, dude. What smear? What's Mr. Hegseth doing? We haven't got to him yet. What is that? What are we talking about the Hegseth thing? What? What's that got to do with the price of eggs? We're talking about the price of eggs. Doesn't he still talk about how fucking amazing grocery prices are? What? The Signal report. What, from the Pentagon? Is that what you're talking about? Don't worry, we'll get on that. We'll actually do that right now. The fuck? Double tap the eggs. Maybe. I'll think about it. Do I need to redo the Super Chats goal? Fuck! Yeah, I do. That was quite a quick one, though. I'm doing it in 5s today, okay? We're experimenting. New super chats goal, guys. Get on it. Double equals tapped egg prices. I suppose so. Do I want to go into the Hegseth thing now, or do I want to go into the January 6th thing now? Because the January 6th is kind of breaking news, isn't it? We have Mr. Lookner covering it for us. We have Mr. Breaking. Family files complaint claiming a fisherman was killed in the boat. Okay. Wait, where is he? What the fuck? Actually, maybe it was quite a swift report.
Before
no, it's not.
January 6th.
What happened? Well, there's been this story about someone planting pipe bombs on the night before the protest, riot, whatever. Coup. Failed. But, yeah, he seems to have been arrested. They got him, ladies and gent. Is there any footage, or is he just reading stuff? Oh yeah, the
A
FBI
Democratic congressman, the ranking member of the House Intel Committee, and that is Jim Himes of Connecticut. So the person giving this briefing in a secure facility, a SCIF, which is that's a sensitive compartmented information facility, a secure room used to have to discuss classified information and to process and store it, classified information. Anyways, this congressman who was...
Oh yeah, bad news, by the way. I did do a request for these court document. Well, not the document, for the exhibits in the court document. They told me that I need a court order to get them. I need a court order to get the exhibit. Why? Is there not where's the freedom of information? The document's there. They refer to the exhibits. They tell you what's in them. Can you really not get them? This fucking retard's just allowed to lie about what he was doing when he got fined? I mean, I guess I can just show the court document, because he's not like his counsel or he's denying what's in it. Fuck, though. For a media request, yeah, looks like it. Yeah, they just said I need a court order. I don't even know what that means. Do it. How do I get a court? I don't know what that means. How do I get a court order? Just use AI, what to make it, to just put in the paragraph and reproduce it. Probably could, actually.
One of the people who was briefed today said, what I saw in that room is one of the most troubling scenes I've seen in my time in public service.
Yeah?
That's what Democratic Congressman Jim Himes said today after his briefing. That's according to Bill Malugin of Fox News. Again, I wasn't in the briefing, so reportedly the video. Bill Malugin reported that that the congressman was shown unedited video of that strike on the drug boat, or the strikes on the drug boat. So that's another story keeping an eye on today. Okay, so I'll let you know when I get updates on that.
You know what? I'm just gonna find the thing. I'm gonna find the actual story then. Let's go. This is it. Breaking news.
Right,
breaking
news. CNN has learned that an arrest has
Why
been made
is CNN so fucking
in the
quiet?
Washington, D.C. January 6th pipe bomb investigation. You will remember that on the morning of the riots around the Capitol, there were also pipe bombs that were found at both the Republican National Committee and the Democratic National Committee headquarters. CNN has now learned that an arrest has been made. Let's get right to CNN's Evan Perez for the latest on this. Evan, what are you learning?
Yeah, John, this has been a long-running investigation, a 5-year investigation that the FBI has focused dozens of agents. They've looked at thousands of tips that have come in, video, hundreds of pieces of video. And this morning, the FBI has made an arrest, we're told. We expect to see some charges later today, but this is obviously something that has eluded the FBI despite all of their efforts. Part of the problem has been that you see some of the grainy video. I think we have some of that that the FBI has released from the placement of that bomb. These bombs were placed outside of the DNC headquarters, outside of the RNC headquarters. These were just a couple blocks from the U.S. Capitol. And when they were discovered, what happened was the police from the Capitol complex rushed over there, and that happened to be just at about the time that some of the crowds of Donald Trump supporters who were outside the Capitol began breaking through some of the cordons to break into that building and attack the Capitol on January 6th. So obviously it's been the source of a lot of conspiracies over the years, but finally the FBI believes that they have the person who planted these bombs. Now, the bombs were viable according to the FBI, and if they had gone off, they could have harmed someone, and that included Kamala Harris, who was then the vice president, and I'm sorry, she was incoming vice president.
Is he wearing heels? Lol, he walks weird. Well, if he's smart, he will be walking funny on purpose because your gait is often analyzed to figure out who you are. That's how they caught bin Laden. If you know that, just wear some funky shoes, deliberately walk funny, go to watch the Ministry of Silly Walks a few times, trick the gait algo, yeah.
And the concern, obviously, was that she passed about 20 feet away from where one of these bombs was planted near the DNC headquarters. The FBI has tried everything from releasing different pieces of video from the alleys and some of the streets scenes there. You'll see the bomber walking along the streets. He was wearing some very distinctive black and gray Nike Air Max shoes. The FBI even found that there was about 25,000 of those shoes that were sold around the time of the placement of those bombs, and they still could not find this person. So we'll expect to hear more from the Justice Department later today.
Were they looking through fucking sales of those Air Max? Oh God.
Some charges against this person, which will explain a little bit about how they went about finally solving this case. And obviously something that the FBI has been very focused. Even the new incoming leadership of Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, they brought in a new team, set of fresh eyes to look at the evidence. And it appears that has brought forward some new clues that help them solve this case today, John.
Evan, I have to ask, because there have been a lot of conspiracy theories one way or another about this investigation. Do you have any information about the identity and possibly, the implications of who this person is at this time?
Well, if it is who we believe it is, it should at least put to bed some of this conspiracy, at least theoretically.
He is absolutely bringing his knees up to walk funny. I swear to fuck, he's doing that on purpose, right? No one walks like that.
Put to
Look at
bed some of this conspiracy, at least
maybe.
theoretically.
Looked tired the first time.
It should calm some of those conspiracies. If you remember, certainly on the right wing, in right wing social media, there's been a lot of speculation that this perhaps was an inside job. It's a theory that even Dan Bongino, the now deputy director of the FBI, he has a weird stumble. Mentioned some of this on his podcast, saying that it was possible the FBI knew who this bomber was, but wasn't making an arrest because this person was an insider. Again, no indication that that is the case from what we know so far. We don't have an identification of that person yet from the FBI, from the Justice
that's
Department.
A pipe bomb, all right.
But from everything we know, it seems to indicate that this is not somebody who is an insider. Again, we're waiting to hear more from prosecutors, from the FBI in the coming hours.
Evan Perez, terrific reporting. Obviously, we're standing by for more information. You are working your sources. I am sure we will hear from you.
He really fucking just operated in the shadows for 4 years. Just in time to get pardoned. It's going to be the quickest pardon you've ever seen. Like nothing you've ever seen.
You soon. In the meantime, I'm joined by CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams. What charges? What kind of charges are we talking about here?
Right. It's the explosives, John. It would probably be for, what's on the table? The creation of an explosive device, the manufacture of an explosive device, perhaps
In theory, could this part of Trump's January 6th pardon apply to the pipe bomb suspect? Grant a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to the events that occurred at or near the Capitol on January 6th. Preemptive pardon. Yeah, what is going to happen? What is going to happen if the guy with a pipe bomb... Jesus.
Conspiracy to construct some such thing, and also the potential destruction of property. Now, all of these would be attempts because of the fact that the bomb did not go off. But the individual could be charged for attempted destruction of property. Now, a lot of this will depend on what the FBI actually has. What do you know? Did he send emails? Did he send texts to sort of indicate what his plans were? But we'll see.
Let me ask kind of an esoteric question here. This happened January 6th. Yes. What if this person was at the riots on Capitol Hill on January 6th, for which everyone has now been pardoned?
That's one of the many constitutional questions we don't know the answer to. Would this be considered a January 6th related crime of the sort of, destruction of property at the Capitol or something?
Hassan threatened Dan, Destiny, and Ethan, saying that their addresses are on... Really? No. I link or I don't believe you.
Totally different. Now, again, that becomes a political question as much as a legal one. Does the president really wish to say that someone who wanted to bomb both the RNC, or potentially bomb both the RNC and the DNC, ought to be pardoned for that offense? That's an open question.
I will say the fact that we are going to get an announcement of
it's just going to be like I think I maybe know if it's what I think you're referring to, then you're probably going to get fucking muted for being a retard. But let's see.
The public announcement indicates that the Justice Department doesn't think so.
Right.
Probably.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
However, it's something to think about. It is something to think about when we still don't know the identity of this person or what they then did later that day.
One other big thing, there is no federal...
Look at that stretch. That is a woman. No, I think the guy's got a name now, to be fair. I think it's this guy. Brian Cole. Big Brian. Why is it loading? Hey.
Domestic terrorism charge. You can't be charged for being a terrorist in the United States. Now, that could be an enhancement at sentencing.
Your political take on the United States is invalid. Dude, if you're not MAGA, all of your political takes on the United States are invalid. Welcome to fascism. Got him. Got him.
If it is determined that this was designed to coerce or intimidate a civilian population or influence government, which kind of seems like it was if you're going after the RNC and the DNC, then that could bump up sentencing of this individual if he or she is convicted quite dramatically.
All right, this is a major development. Obviously, we still got a lot of questions. More information, no doubt, will be coming. Our thanks to Evan Perez on the reporting. Our thanks to Elliot Williams for helping us maybe understand some of the consequences.
Okay. Fine. What we got here? Is Fox going to start operating, please? What's going on? The guy is called Brian Cole. Brian Colme. Fox News has identified the man, reports say, was arrested in the FBI in connection with pipe bombs planted in Washington the night before January 6, 2021. Capitol riot as Brian Cole. Fox says Cole was living in Virginia at the time of his arrest on Thursday morning. No other details were immediately available. Nothing. Wow. Oh, they found his house. They're hovering. Ain't no way he's this suburban fuck. What? Where is he? I'm gonna find him coming out. What'd I do? First Amendment. Pardon. Executive order. Damn, he was well off. Most expensive area, you sir. Was he a white? I'm not sure. I don't think we've seen him. That is a lot of cavalry, though, for one guy. I see a door there opening. Off screen. Oh. Someone's going out. Who's that? Is that Jesus? It's not as nice as this one, but it'll do. Of course, he was a suburban rich white dude. Brian, call me. This is boring. I'm sorry. You can become more active in the stream process if you just, send a donation. The forensics is there. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, they got the little fucking triangle. No one ever getting past that. They'll never get past. Man, it's amazing how much yellow tape can have like an impact on people. You know, it's like those guys who would do the fucking like media stunts. Is if you want to like get on someone's on some property or like do some fucking prank in a supermarket or something, just wear a fucking high vis jacket and no one will pay any attention to what you're doing. Like protesters would do this as well. Sometimes they would wear high vis, yellow vests, and then they would go and like change the fucking sign on a shop that they don't like and call them like tax evading cunts. Oh god. Well, damn. Still a bit of swamp draining that they're going after this guy. Can you narrate the scene for audio only, folks? We're watching many, many vehicles at the end of this cul-de-sac. Looks like a very well-off part of Virginia. I can't imagine the average Virginians living like that. Maybe this is why. This is why a CIA Democrat won, because everyone in Virginia has these houses. Millionaires. We're seeing some of that yellow security tape around a triangled off area within the circle at the end of the cul-de-sac. Not sure why it's there, but we do know ain't no one getting past that yellow tape. Apart from the guys in the all-white forensic suits who are already past it. Several large black vehicles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What appears to be a press vehicle. I don't know what this is. This like it's like a black, it looks like a fire engine, but it's not. Do you think they had to bring a bomb squad just in case he had any spare? I feel like a bomb maker is probably a really serious threat. Isn't it? Like a bomb maker. If you're gonna go and arrest a bomb maker, you probably need all kinds of blokes there. There are people in the woods as well, patrolling the forest, the little woodland outside his house. Man, imagine just having this in your back garden. That's so crazy. There's not even any fencing. I guess this is just like, is that state property or whatever this for? Like they can just go there? You just have it to you just kind of claim it by adventuring through it. These guys will probably have neighborhood watch as well. Like any outsiders walk in that forest for laughs, so they get fucking shot. Bro could have lived a chill life in his own forest, in his own back forest. Do you have any idea? The amount of slop I would cover to get a little forest in my back garden. I think when the Beatles first wrote songs, they would say like, oh yeah, we're going to write a new guitar amp. Or like, we're going to write a new house. We're gonna write a swimming like that kind of stupid shit. Yeah, I'm gonna cover one tree. I'm gonna cover one tree, 1 dunham of forest land within a 2-minute walk of my house. Which is not easy in Europe. Not easy. Not easy in the United Kingdom. You could move 5 minutes out of town and have this in your back garden. I know, okay, but living in the country is so fucking... I've never known anyone who is like me, who's lived in the countryside and enjoyed it. But maybe I'm older now. Maybe I'd enjoy it. Yeah, maybe. Maybe if I buy a house, I would probably get one in the country because you get so much more for what you pay. But it's a bit down the line, you know. We're still young-ish. Slop o'clock gonna get you much closer to the goal. I really hope not. I hope I don't... I don't like these incentives where I switch over to the slop o'clock and then people start donating and fat fucking stuff. Come on. Do better, guys. You're guessing these houses are 600k to 900. You think these houses right here are 600 to 900 in the United States? Really? Man, in the UK, if you're buying a house like this, you are spending... if it's in the... Maybe it's in the country. No way. It's more than that, isn't it? Would it not be more? I would think these are like $1 million homes. Or, I don't know. I don't look at house prices that much. You wouldn't do slop o'clock for $400? What, like in a single dono? 700k to $1 million. I think I found the sign. Oh, potential. Someone actually got in touch with the Brisbane courthouse. Was this the sign all along? Okay. That explains everything. Huh. Blank sign, you say? What a fraud. What a bastard. Poor guy. Poor ass Drew. What's going on? They're zooming in. Breaking. They're zooming into the triangle. What do we got here? Is this just supply vehicles? Is that what this is? Just sold a house that big in the UK for 400k. Sad times. Yes, it was in the north. Wow, you just sold a house that size. I'm so sorry for you. What? Zillow is showing 700k to 1.1 million in, for Northern Virginia on average. Yeah, that seems about right. They set up a "is he guilty? Changed my mind" table. That's what this is. I see. That's it's encouraging community activity. I see. The search is going to take a while. They're going to have to search everything to make sure it's safe. Like, if you've got a bomb maker, do you really have to go and just see if they haven't just laid traps all over their vicinity? Like, I don't know how it works. I know, obviously, like, I've read about bomb makers in fucking West Bank or, like, Second Intifada. And obviously, yeah, they would rig, like, an entire fucking street with explosives once the civilians had left. But, geez. Like, they just expect it to be like Macaulay Culkin's Home Alone house. Like... the fucking battle plan. Damn. That's what Home Alone's based on. It was actually written by a by a bomb maker. Okay. Okay. Be right back. China is perfectly justified. Taiwan, South China Sea. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is actually very understandable when you consider the and oh no, the Holodomor. Yeah, like well, technically. Oh god, and also everyone who agrees with me on most things, you're just not. Two choices. If you think you can handle the most toxic streamer on Twitch.com, you can stay.
Called it began.
Yes.
Well, Deborah, if I were to pose to you the notion that Vladimir Putin appears to be, based on his recent remarks, what some might call in the academic sphere of military and foreign policy to be a Weasley fucking little liar, dude. He appears to be a liar, a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. We've consulted this military expert of Oxford, Cambridgeshire. Do you accept the notion that Vladimir Putin, this house believes, is literally lying to his audience right now?
This invasion, this war.
Excuse me.
Which are two words.
Hey, chat. You guys are looking cute today. If I don't get a $3 million house, you've all enabled fascists. Sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. We are here today to debate the following motion, the dog brothel conjecture. The motion today is dog brothels are, one second, no more unethical than cheese. Taking the affirmative today will be Tentacular Male Ron, least deranged vegan. Taking the opposition will be Xylo. You guys have the floor. Would you like to make opening statements, or do you just want to go straight in? I feel like I should have better arguments. I don't know, like. Okay, hello. Ooh! Right. Enough of that FBI. No, it's just gonna be a pardon, isn't it? What's the point? What's the point? You're just gonna get pardoned. Pat on the back. Soapy fucking titwank from the White House. Delivered personally by Trump and his massive chebs. Fuck. Whatever. Wait. What is it you're supposed to look for in LSF to make not just the top things from the month come up, but also like new and top? Is that hot? Is it the hot one that does that? Anyway, without further ado, it's Slop O'Clock. All right, before we go into the main story, I will say I should have... I think this was this today or yesterday? Oh, it's today that this went on Twitter anyway. Yeah, this guy is... I know that it's sometimes like a bit harder for people to notice because in terms of like the personal attack drama shit, he didn't really do that as much. Like, but my God, the politics of this guy is fucking insane. He's such a piece of shit.
Ilhan Omar. Oh my
such
God.
A roach-brained fucking disgusting creep. Like with the amount of fucking, like how quickly did he do that? I feel like when I used to see Asmongold talk a few years ago, he would always sympathize a bit with the kind of like populism dipshit stuff, but the fact that he became a fucking MAGA foot soldier just over the last year and a bit is so mental.
Like the day that she gets deported, I will probably do like a 12-hour stream. I will be so happy. And so she goes and says, I didn't, but is your president a pedophile? She goes and says, your president. Your president. That's right, because your allegiance is to Somalia. You're not here for being American. You're talking about working in the best interest of Somalians. This is unbelievable, man. She's legal? Change the law. That's what I think. You have a law that lets people like this hold office?
It's just like, do you know who says that? That's a fascist thing to say. That's like that's an authoritarian fascist thing to say. Yeah, what? Oh yeah, it's illegal? Oh, change the law. Wow. Brilliant, man. Fucking genius. Can't imagine where that leads you.
You gotta fix that shit real quick. What are we talking about?
What are we doing about?
Absolutely. What do we mean? Absolutely not. Yeah. How many people were screaming, not my president, when Biden was elected? I mean, people were screaming that. They do that with everybody, right? Do you think only people born in the U.S. should be in Congress? I think that anybody who has dual citizenship should be removed from every position in government instantaneously. So if you have dual citizenship, you have an opportunity. Actually, I would say it's an opportunity at this point. Like, you renounce all citizenship and all residence in all other countries, and you are only in this country, and that's it.
How do you think someone manages to get elected if they have such a blatant loyalty outside of their own country? How do you think they manage to do that? How?
So, but like, we having dual citizens, think about that. You have allegiance to two countries at the same time, and you're a representative for our country. That's ridiculous.
What does he think she's doing with this Somali citizenship? You think she's going there and like hustling with fucking Somali government officials or Somali fucking security, and there's people in the Ilhan Omar campaign team that are coordinating and getting political benefits from the Somali intel server. Oh no, wait, that's actually what Trump's campaign team did with fucking Russian intel in 2016 with the timing of WikiLeaks publications of Podesta's and Hillary's emails that were able to actually help, and the hacking of the DNC servers that was able to help Trump right at the precise moment that he got hit with the grab her by the pussy clip. Very conveniently timed.
Absolutely not. Like, that's basically, like, that's one step away from treason, really. So, yeah, and gotta renounce it? Yeah. It's irrelevant? It absolutely is not. If somebody comes to America and they have citizenship in another country, that means their allegiance is not only to America. I don't want people representing me and being in my government that do not have unilateral, complete, unequivocal allegiance to the country that they are representing. You can't be, I can't
do that as a dual citizen. It seems to be like it's no fucking issue. And it seems to be that some people who are citizens are fine to compromise on American values and American security and the American system to go and make fucking favors and do little behind the scenes subtle back scratching with other countries. Except that person's Trump, so okay.
Expect a captain
Let's
of a
just buy a plane for Qatar. Why not, eh? Why the fuck not?
Ship to sail the ship in a way that doesn't hit a fucking iceberg if they know they've got an escape boat right on the side. Absolutely fucking not. I don't want foreigners coming into my fucking country running the place.
Uh-huh. You know who talks like that? He's this guy. Once upon a time, that was what this guy said. He's a real person. Asmund the Butcher. God, he's such a good character. He's such a good character. What the fuck? Is he actually based on a real person? Bill the Butcher. I didn't know that. Is this him? Anyway. Fuck that. Wait, where does this start? What's the background of this? Hassan's in Ireland because some fucking university decided to make him an honorary intellectual massive brain, definitely not a fucking Twitter headline reading retard who doesn't know anything that he's talking about. Goes to China and the only fucking vision he can bring back is high-speed rail. And I think he sometimes says even development, which is the funniest fucking meme on earth. But anyway, whatever. What's this?
Yeah. Please, I don't have my phone with me. Can we just... Yeah. Please, I don't have my phone with me. Can we just do screen photo? Here. Yeah. Ready? Hey, free Kaya. Free Kaya.
Jesus, I'll tell you what, the power of social media.
Oh God, he's
nuts. I'm a bit blown away that people are coming out to say hello to you. Well, it's
That's
great,
a stream
like, it's
snipe.
deadly, you know, it's brilliant.
Part of the world that happens. Yeah. Yeah. Please, I don't...
Damn, he actually brought out the fucking little pic and everything. This is fucking picture. He's got the little Chinese hat on. Now wait, hang on, listen, just to be careful, okay? Just as a principal troll, that's what we'll call them. We can't actually support this, right? Because this is like real life harassment. Doesn't matter how, nothing burger the action is. It's on, yeah, it's a real life harassment, and that does actually open the opportunity for more grave encounters. Like things can go wrong when you do that. Oh no, wait, Hassan like literally watched someone publish my fucking docs online and did it to like a handful of other creators as well. Oh, no, sorry. Wait, what? Okay. It's almost as if other people's behavior might influence the amount of sympathy you have for the way they get treated. Anyway, whatever. If this tame but somewhat cringe interaction where they muted the part where I say nice to meet you, it were to happen to Ethan Klein, he'd be saying this is an anti-Semitic hate crime. Assassination attempt for the next 8 weeks. Maybe you shouldn't encourage this stuff. I don't know. See, it's the whole thing. He's like appealing to other people's moral standards when he doesn't go by this himself. It's so embarrassing. It's so cringe. Fuck. I would totally buy this if you didn't fuck around with other people's personal information. That's not even like streaming a public location. That's like just people getting doxxed. But okay. Fuck. What's this?
Yeah, I wonder how Ethan Klein would feel if he ever actually went out in public and people showed up to him. People rolled up to him and started screaming about how he was pro-Israel or how he killed his own dog by feeding it too much cheese. And then it was on camera. And then I posted it on my Instagram story celebrating it. He'd probably have an aneurysm, right? I mean, I would never do that, for the record. And I certainly don't recommend doing that because I'm not a fucking piece of shit.
Someone did an edit
But
of
just
this on
think
LSF.
for a moment.
Why? What happened on LSF? He's not saying, imagine if that happened. He's saying, imagine if I'd celebrated it. I don't think, did Hassan celebrate the dating and money encounter or the No, I don't think he did. He did share people's doxes though through Bad and Banana, and also promoted the doxer and promoted the guy who. Fuck! I should put up that picture of him putting out my address and then saying, you know, go get this guy. These are people who exist in the real world. These aren't just concepts. Whatever. I don't know where the edit is. What? Who even is
How
Dylan Burns?
the guy who was terrified of going out in public would behave if someone came up to him, and the interaction was like not that great. You know what I mean? He would probably do fucking. He'd probably do 8 weeks of content. I was murdered. There's a hit out on me. They tried to assassinate me. Hassan Piker tried to murder me. He put a hit out on me. Hassan Piker tried to do an anti-Semitic hit out on me.
Yeah, it is interesting that this did happen, but Hassan didn't, like, whatever.
He will say you encourage it by posting about it. Oh, no, for sure. Because this is, let's be real, this is an encouragement. It's like, it's signaling.
Yeah, you'd never do
Not
that.
that it matters. I don't really give a shit, you know?
Obviously not.
But it is pretty pathetic to literally also alter the footage to make it seem like I was, you know, to make it seem like it wasn't just like a normal ass interaction. Look at this.
Hey, free Kaya. Free Kaya.
Like, I can't believe they literally cut the part out where they were, where I was like, hey man, nice to meet you. And I laughed. And he said, yeah, you too. God, these guys
Is
are.
he complaining that the stream snipe is out of context? Okay.
So fucking lame. Not even the guy who came up to me, for the record.
This trolling of
The
me.
guy who came up to me, I mean, sure, you could
It's
say
out
he's
of
a
context.
pussy because he hid his face or hid the photo, whatever. It's a troll, right? But at least he's like not so much of a pussy that he's out and about, like in the real world, right? But many of these online content creators are genuine, ginormous pussies. Like, they are afraid of their fans. They're afraid of their haters. They're afraid of going out in the fucking real world. At least that guy is out in the real world, you know? But the fact that these giant pussies who can't even go outside, who are scared of their own fucking shadow and behave as though...
What is he talking about?
Behave as though they would be killed if they actually interacted with someone and that interaction was like maybe a little uncomfortable. It's just really funny that like those guys will then...
He said he couldn't even go to Israel because he thought the IDF might bomb him. What?
Go to this length to...
Every other... The fucking press vest. Oh yeah, I'm just wearing this so I don't get shot by the cops.
Fucking edit a video to mute the part where like I'm having a normal and cordial conversation with this person and he's actually responding positively. It's just hyper obsessive freak shit. And I think it's sad that like people don't even realize that this is freak shit. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people who just kind of lean into this in the content creator side. And I don't think they would appreciate it if the roles were reversed. They just wouldn't.
Wow. That fucking projection. Holy fuck, man. Now, what's this? I want to see this without the fucking XQC Asman filter. People are saying that he's talking about addresses and shit. Was that... Wait, what? Ain't no way. Give me this. What is this? Apparently we have to watch it through Asman's fucking roachy eyeballs. Okay.
Dude, you're such a fucking... God damn it, dude. You're such a fucking
Oh, it's on
loser.
leftovers.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he says that while this happened to Emaru. That's the other side
What?
of it. Yeah. He'll do fucking 8 hours talking about how it's fucked up that this, you know, weird stalker-ass people show up and harass Emaru. But then he fucking masturbates with his stupid-ass, incel-ass audience when it happens to someone he doesn't like. It's called hypocrisy.
No. I don't recall Emaru ever bigging up a bunch of fucking like doxer and watching them dox people on stream and promoting their channel. I don't recall Emra doing that, do I? Remember, Hassan will try to retcon this if he ever gets caught out on it because he's like that. The fact is that Hassan never disowned Bada Banada because of the doxing, because of the harassment. He disowned Bada Banada because Bada Banada was being mean to him. Because he was biting the hand that feeds.
Oh, it's not. Do you really think that what happened to you is on the same level as that? What are you talking about? I mean, this is a little bit... This is a mountain and a molehill.
Okay? I know a lot of people love talking about hypocrisy. That's hypocrisy.
No,
this
it's
is
not.
precisely what I was talking about.
No, it's not. Somebody physically assaults you is different than somebody showing a picture next to you, and it's the picture of a joke.
It'd be turn on him over Platner. Yeah, but he'd been kind of pecking at him for a bit before that anyway. Yeah.
They're joking. It's a meme. By the way, a meme that you've posted. You've posted the Kaya meme like 5 times.
Think about how fucking cowardly you have to be that you have to sit around in your little hug box and talk about how shit I am and how dangerous.
Well, look at this guy in chat, right? And his full name is 100% public. We should use it. This is the kind of people that you have in your chat. I don't know if this is like a subscriber badge or something like that, but that's a crazy thing to say.
That other content creators' addresses are fairly easy to find online, whether it be my address or whether it be Asmongold's address.
What did he say at the end there? I thought he was talking about... People were saying that he was threatening people with their addresses. That's not true, is it? He's already done that. Why would he need to do? Why would he need to do it again? He's already shared addresses.
My address, or whether it be Asmongold's address.
What a weird comment.
And Asmongold and Dan Saltman, whose addresses are all readily available in the same exact websites and platforms that they rely on, that their fan bases go to find my address, to harass me. Okay? These guys are equal opportunity autists.
You were stream sniped. I don't...
They're equal opportunity cyber stalkers. You're playing a very fucking dangerous game when you lean into this shit.
Who leaned into that? Bro, what the fuck is this man saying? Yo. Okay. Yes, I was going to use the term. I was thinking about exactly the same term. I was going to use the word dog whistle, but that's fucking legitimate dog whistling. Like, what?
People are going to do more of the stuff that I know you've experienced already. Stop tapping the fucking glass before it taps back at you in a way where you can't deal with it any longer.
Uh-oh.
This is the reality. This is what I fucking despise about Ethan Klein and Destiny and Asmongold.
Yeah, but the glass hasn't been tapping back though. Like, I think like this is almost like a call to action to tap the glass, that the glasses will tap back though. Like, whenever we heard Asmon talk about his own stalkers or whatever, I mean, it's been kind of quiet on that end, which is a good thing. I mean, he's like crashing out, and he's like, this is literally a call to action to go tap the glass back. Fuck is this guy talking about, man?
Why is he talking about addresses over a stream snipe as well? It's so weird. Like, fuck.
If there's like a threat, like if you do this, I'll do that. Like, what the fuck is this? Weird.
This is the reality. This is what I fucking despise about Ethan Klein and Destiny.
It's reality check, brother. What?
To be fair, the interesting thing about the dog collar, the electrocuted dog, is that you can't really put that at the door of Ethan, Dan, Des, because everyone saw that. That footage went around the world. That went beyond the reach of any of these streamers combined. Has Lona reacted to Asmon saying he wants Ilhan Omar deported? Yep, we did. Yeah. We saw it like 5-10 minutes ago.
Wait, this is all weird. I mean, this is scary.
Dan Salt.
Yo, this is actually scary. I hate the way he's talking.
Oh no, poor I hope XQC's not that scared. The fuck? Wow. Gets memed on, becomes the Joker. There's nothing more dangerous than a humiliated man. Isn't that from American Horror Story? Yeah. Oh no. The thing is, it's so annoying, man, because like it'd be so easy to call this out like right now, because I can just go and find the 2 screenshots of Mr. Empanada doxing me and making a call to action against me at the same time that Hassan was promoting his channel. But then it means I'm showing not only my docs, but also the fucking 10 other people who are on that web. Like, it's so so how do I do it? I can redact, but then it doesn't look like a docs. Like, fuck me, man. Fuck. Very annoying. Or do I just do it? Do I just blast my own docs? Throw my mates under the bus? Stay above it? Oh, obviously. That clip was posted by that Jake Chinatown guy with the title Hassan reminds his enemies that the addresses are readily available. Yeah, I saw that. You made a censored version. Oh, what, of the video? Yeah, there was the video as well. Oh yeah, Progressive Victory, they cucked out. They took responsibility for it. So fucking sad. The Gato retweets. I don't recall the Gato retweets. I don't look at that guy. That guy is mental. Also, I don't understand why... I love how this guy is supposed to... He's still trying to brand himself as a fact checker when he's literally just a partisan fucking drama frog. Like... Asmongold isn't talking about Muslims or immigrants in the clip you shared. He's talking about tariffs. Destiny and Dan Saltman are both proudly racist and support the extermination of Arabs and Muslims. Fact check. Okay. This guy is he's just a fucking slop toxic drama frog. But still tries to pass off as the fucking globe emoji. It's so funny. This isn't just like some, man, I thought this was like one of every time I interact with these types, I just think it's like, oh, it's just another fucking early 20 something just trying to figure their way out in the world. You know, they'll find something that makes them happy. No, this guy's in his 30s, man. This guy is... This is never changing. Did you react to Abu Shabab? Yeah, wait, fuck. When they turn out to be 40 with a wife and kids. That sometimes happens as well, yeah. When these anonymous accounts get noticed. Has the debate with Chris been scheduled yet? I've asked him for a date next week. You can pick any weekday. More than 80% of the immigrants arrested in DC during the surge in federal law enforcement had no prior criminal record, federal data shows. Well, wow. Really? The Trump administration? You mean they're just kind of trying to intimidate and harass fucking migrants for no good reason? Shit. Fuck knows. So what's this story with Hegseth? I feel like there's a new addition to this every single day. The most recent thing is 6 minutes for the goal. 6 minutes for the goal. You guys, get on it. All right, let's see. Pentagon report on Hegseth with regard to the strike.
Hegseth risked endangering American troops.
Oh,
that is the
that's not
conclusion
good.
from one of the most damning reports from the Pentagon Inspector General in history. And this report stems from an extensive
Deep state.
investigation into the defense secretary's decision to share sensitive war plans on a group chat that actually turned
Oh, Yemen. This is about Yemen.
out to include a journalist, Jeffrey Goldberg. Now, Hegseth revealed in that chat the exact times the fighter jets would launch, where they were going to fly, when they would hit their targets, what the targets were, obviously, meaning that the American pilots of those jets were at risk.
Yeah.
It is a rare conclusion about a sitting Secretary of Defense.
Yep.
And news of this report comes as questions are mounting about Hegseth's control at the Pentagon and his competence after a second strike on an alleged drug boat. That strike killing 2 survivors who were reportedly clinging to the wreckage. Now, tonight, Trump was forced to say that he would release the video of that second strike.
You released video of that first boat strike on September 2nd, but not the second video. Will you release video of that strike so that the American people can see for themselves what happened?
I don't know what they have, but whatever they have, we'd certainly release. No problem.
Now, of course, Trump has...
Alita, thanks for the $9.99. I really appreciate that. Wow. 4 minutes on the goal. One more to go, guys. One more. Evangeline, thanks for the $5. Toby, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Brian Colmy, wow. Dilute Mule, thanks for the $5. And Dense Pixel, thanks for the $5. Thank you so much. Wow. And Dwayne, hey, thanks for the $5. You win this round, Mr. Box. I guess I do. ZJM, thanks for the excess. Let's make a new goal before it's too late. 1 more hour, new goal. Go! Get up, fuck! That's 2 overkills. It's okay. You can just give me an extra 5, guys. You can just give me an extra 5. 5, starting now. Captain Dan the Fireman, thanks for the $5. I'd love to see you collaborate or talk with IRI. Don't know what you talk about or even disagree on, but he's well educated on US politics. Usually having a topic is good. Yeah. But I'm probably going to talk to the Live and Learn guys on Monday night. We'll see.
talked similarly about the Epstein files, his taxes, his MRI, but this time might be different. Maybe Trump thinks it will help Hegseth. It's unclear, but this is the video that Hegseth now claims that he himself did not watch live. He says now he didn't see it. Too many other things to do. That, of course, was after he had boasted originally on Fox News that he had watched the entire thing live back in September. Now, the Washington Post reports that if the video of the blast that killed the 2 survivors on September 2nd were made public, people would be horrified, said one person who watched the actual live feed. But it comes as more people, including staunch conservatives, are suggesting Hegseth could be guilty of an actual war crime.
Mentioning Hassan on Live and Learn is guaranteed content for real. I'm not going to do that, though. That's not my plan. They'll just talk about whatever topic they want. They'll probably want to talk about Gaza, right? Because that's my area. Maybe China, fuck knows. Godzilla, thanks for $5. Mr. Box, Mr. Fox, Mr. Locks, Mr. Mox, Mr. Knox, Mr. Dox, Mr. Cock. I thought you were trying to get me to make a slur. Thank you.
To his former Fox News colleague, Andrew Napolitano, who now works at the Trump-friendly station Newsmax.
Everybody along the line who did it, from the Secretary of Defense to the Admiral to the people who actually pulled the trigger,
Bring up Ogre
should
Boy.
be prosecuted
that.
for a war crime for killing these 2 people.
All right, that's not mincing words. Wasn't mincing words at all. And then there's the brutal headline from conservative columnist George Will, who wrote, "A sickening moral slum of an administration," and then went on to write, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth seems to be a war criminal without a war. An interesting admission. Okay? And then listen to Republican Senator Rand Paul, who said Hegseth is either lying or incompetent yesterday.
There is a question of the legality of bombing people who are shipwrecked or incapacitated. I frankly think it's absolutely illegal.
Ooh, Rand Paul. Shit.
This may be why the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Roger Wicker, who voted to confirm Hegseth, is now refusing to say whether or not he has confidence in Trump's defense secretary.
Do you have confidence in him? Would you say that? Can you say if you do?
I love it when
Thanks
they just ask the question that they're not going to get an answer to.
And while all these questions swirl around Hegseth, who, of course, calls himself the Secretary of War, He is refusing to sit down for tough interviews, turning down multiple interview requests from CNN and others. But an interview was released last night, which appears to have been taped before news of this whole second strike imbroglio. And in that conversation, which was with Stephen Miller's wife, Katie, Hegseth talked.
Captain Dan the Fireman, thanks for the $5. Loner on the Live and Learn is going to be peak. I can already see the yes or no loner box. Wow.
Talks about whether he'd let Stephen Miller babysit his kids and what he eats for breakfast.
Yeah.
Who would you trust to babysit your kids?
Who would I trust to babysit my kids?
This can only be another member of the cabinet?
Only another member of the cabinet? Oh, I mean, not your husband or Marco.
Who would you trust to do your grocery shopping?
Well, Bobby Kennedy. I have the same breakfast every morning.
Jesus.
Bacon, eggs, and sausage. And something with meat at lunch, and then whatever she
Really,
makes for
Mr. Ultra Processed Foods, fucking chronic disease is going to give you a bunch of hyper processed pig. Pig mush. Nice.
Yeah. Meatballs are really, really good. Homemade meatballs with a little sausage in there.
Mm-hmm.
Kristen Holmes is out front live outside the White House. Kristen, is the president as confident about Hegseth in private as he claims to be in public right now?
Well, I think you need to look at that White House statement, because the last line of the statement from Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said the president stands by Pete Hegseth, and that was a calculated decision. Think about all of the stories that we have put forward saying that there is doubt in certain members of the cabinet, where we have not gotten that kind of a statement back, in which they say this is fake news, but then kind of let it go. They have made a calculated decision. In this instance, remember, this was just in response to this Inspector General report, that they are going to stand by Hegseth. And there is some thought that goes into that. The reason is they expended so much political and personal capital, so many of them, to get him across the finish line. It's going to take a lot for them to try and get rid of him, or to get rid of him. But one thing to keep a note here, you mentioned this, when it comes to Venezuela, when it comes to this second strike, we are hearing louder and louder calls from Republicans as well as Democrats. And tomorrow we are going to see the Admiral Bradley, who essentially kind of seems as though he has been somewhat of a scapegoat. We'll see if that is how it plays out on the Hill, talking to senators. And there's going to be a lot of questions about what Hegseth's role was.
Are they going to do the committee? Are they going to do the big hearing where everyone gets 1 minute? You're claiming my time. You claim my time. Yes or no?
And then we're going to hear from those senators again. And one thing is clear, if the calls get louder and louder, and if they get too loud, it is likely the White House will start to at least have to have these conversations with these senators, not just standing by Hegseth. So we'll see how this all plays out once you actually have that admiral talking to those senators. But again, we've been down this road before, Aaron. They expended a lot of capital on Pete Hegseth. They're going to keep him. As of now, they're saying they're standing by him.
All right, Kristen, thank you very much. And out front now, Democratic Congresswoman Chrissy Houlihan. She's on the Armed Services and Intel committees. A lot to ask you about this evening, Congresswoman. This Inspector General report, though, a pretty incredible thing to have come out, right? To say that a Secretary of Defense had risked endangering the lives of American troops. It comes out as Hegseth is also now being criticized by some of those Republicans and conservatives that I was just sharing a few moments ago. Do you think that Hegseth at this moment is actually in danger of losing his job as Defense Secretary?
First of all, thank you for having me. And the answer to your question is I sure hope he's in danger, because from the moment he was confirmed, I believe that he was incompetent and a liar all combined. And now I hope that people are starting to see through all of the things that are unfolding, whether it's Venezuela or the results of the IG's report, just how hazardous this particular Secretary of Defense is, and how much he puts the men and women in uniform in harm's way, and how much as a consequence our national security is in danger.
So the New York Times just a few moments ago reported, and we were just going through this, that Hegseth had actually approved contingency plans if there were survivors of the strikes, which said, the contingency plan said, that the military would attempt to aid anyone who appeared helpless or out of the fight. So then you would say, well, then why did the second strike come in when two people are clinging for their lives to the side of the boat? Well, the contingency plan says the military would try to kill survivors if they took what was deemed a hostile act. And apparently officials are saying that one of the survivors, or telling the Times, that one of the survivors radioed for help. And then Admiral Bradley ordered the second strike. As I've laid that out to you in terms of a timeline,
Very
in terms
convenient
of the
for Mr.
contingency plan
Hegseth.
itself, would that in any way possibly exonerate Hegseth?
I don't believe so. And one of the things I was interested in is
I can't believe this whole thing about ignoring unlawful orders. I can't believe he turned that into a sedition. It's so fucking crazy, man. What? How? I guess because that's the world we live in now, like with the partisanship. Like, yeah, people will just change the meaning of all the words and rules and standards on a whim when they need to. No shame. I got hiccups.
Information
Fuck.
to me is that you mentioned that President Trump is able and willing to release the second tape. I'm glad that that is the case and look forward to that. But I also look forward to the audio as well being released to understand, and the video within the room itself, to understand who was there, who was listening, what was being said. All of those things, including the details that you just laid out, need to come to light, need to be part of the oversight process. Whether they are done by the Intelligence Committee or the Armed Services Committee, the American public deserves the oversight that the Congress would allow us to provide.
So I want to ask you also about our K-file, CNN's K-file unearthed video of Pete Hegseth from 2016. And he said something specific about U.S. soldiers' conduct and following lawful orders from the chain of command. Here's what he said.
I do think there have to be consequences for abject war crimes.
Yeah.
If you're doing something that is just completely unlawful and ruthless, then there is a consequence for that. That's why the military said it won't follow unlawful orders from their commander-in-chief. There's a standard, there's an ethos, there's a belief that we are above what so many things that our enemies or others would do.
That, of course, is what you, and obviously, Congresswoman, you are an Air Force veteran, you and other Democratic colleagues also who served in the armed forces said in the video you put out, which Hegseth called seditious. Here is that clip.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
Electric chair.
And there you are at the end, Congresswoman. So what's your reaction when you hear this, when you hear Hegseth, at the time the commander-in-chief that he was referring to, saying the military won't follow unlawful orders from their commander-in-chief, was Barack Obama?
That's our CIA Democrats in action. I love that phrase now, CIA Democrats. Fucking yes.
Sure, I've seen both of the videos that you just showed, and I've also seen a really good mashup of the two videos of the five of us, actually six of us, and then the secretary. And you wouldn't know that we were saying anything different than one another, or we're on opposite sides or at different parties. We are all singing from the same hymnal, so to speak. And so what I'm struggling with is, how did Secretary Hegseth go from saying that to also then the enormous disdain that he has for the JAG, the group of people in the military who make sure to advise on our laws and make sure to tell us what is appropriate and inappropriate to do. He's gotten rid of the JAG. He's dismissed them out of the room in many occasions. And this is another proof point of ours that says that he does not deserve the job that he has, and we need to make sure that he is removed from office.
Congresswoman, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Oh, shit. Thank you very heckin' much. Let's go. Is that thing going to happen, though? Is he really? I think if American soldiers who commit war crimes barely ever get in trouble, like, how the fuck is the Secretary of State for War, whatever the fuck he's called, the War Secretary? There's no way. The War Minister.
Proud to do it. So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake.
That's not fog of war. That's actual. That's just real fog. That's just smoke. That's not fog of war. Is he autistic? What the fuck? Is he the fucking kid who hears their mum say that it's raining cats and dogs and he goes to the window looking for cats and dogs to be falling from the sky?
Stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then
Trump loves that. Look at my boy, just avoiding all accountability and just attacking the press, just fucking on the offensive the whole time. Yeah. Berate the press.
I throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump is proud to.
Warfighters. God, he's such a fucking cringe lord. 4 DGGers breached no-fly zone while Hassan Piker's aircraft was landing in Dublin. Good one. It's very real. This meme is very real. Real meme. Update. I took 2 Ritalin tablets and drunk 3 coffees. I'm staying up all night in my cousin's living room with a hammer and a pair of fake machetes to defend their home. In Brisbane, the gangs frequently return to the homes they hit, so I'm ready to defend my loved ones. Well, if we can't get the court we'll get the court. I'll just read the court documents because he never denied. Like in the court documents, he never denied having a sign with writing on it and just flipping it. Same with the brochures. So we can just go through the court docs. It won't be quite as hard hitting as having the actual exhibit, but it's referred to. It's not denied. What are you alleging that he isn't? I'm alleging that he wasn't holding up a blank sign and that's not why he got fined for protesting. He was doing party political advertising because he was running for office. And he refused to get a permit, which would be very easily attained, even when he was given the opportunity to before getting fined. Because he is an attention-seeking, pathetic, fucking narcissistic, unimpressive, fail-son retard. That's where I'm coming from. Look at the Epstein house. Why not, eh? Epstein Island, House Democrats, released. Let's go.
Tonight we're getting an inside look at some of the rooms in Jeffrey Epstein's notorious...
That is so weird. This is what I imagined the room in No Exit to look like. The fuck is this? Yeah, and No Exit is this play where 3 people end up in hell, hell, and they're not really sure why they're there, and they're like, where are the torturers, or like, why is it like this? And it's just like an ugly room right, that they're stuck in. And I feel like they describe something that looks more or less like this.
His home on a private Caribbean island.
The whole point of the story is that, like, the punchline is that the punishment is each other. Their punishment is that they're there to torment each other because they don't know each other, they don't like each other. They drive each other a little bit up the wall by trying to figure out why each person's there. And the big climactic line, hell is other people in a shitty looking room. That's what the fuck is this? Man, pedophile taste, eh?
Where underage girls and young women were trafficked and sexually abused. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee released these photos as well as videos they say have not been made public before. One of the images shows what appears to be a dentist chair in one room with masks on a wall. Another shows a blackboard with some words scribbled on it: power, deception, plots, political. There's also this video showing the manicured grounds of the estate with palm trees and winding paths and a large pool. The Department of Justice has 16 days before they have to release documents related to its investigation of Epstein, as required by the bill that Congress passed and President Trump recently signed into law. Now, we learned today that Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, is planning to file a petition that asking a judge to release her from prison. She's serving a 20-year sentence for her sex trafficking conviction. Joining us tonight, California Congressman Ro Khanna, member of the Oversight Committee, who along with Republican Congressman Thomas Massie led the fight to pass that bill, forcing the release of the Epstein files. So, Congressman, I mean, do these video images fill in any blanks for you, raise any new questions? I'm wondering what stands out to you.
Well, the dentist chair was concerning to me. Obviously, we need to know the facts, but what we need to know is, were underage girls abused on that chair? What happened there? What we do know from the survivors is there are many such photos in the Epstein files. We know that from the survivors and their lawyers. All of those need to be released. Every file, every photo, every interview memorandum, while protecting victims, need to be released by federal law in the next 16 days.
Why are there fucking faces on the wall? What's going on? What are they doing?
And do you expect, I mean, do you know what to expect in 16 days in terms of what level of redaction there's going to be? Have you gotten any word from the Department of Justice how they are handling this?
Congressman Massie and I have requested to meet with...
Have you seen Twin Peaks? I've only seen bits of it. I've only seen like the first few episodes. I don't know why I never got properly into it. I think it's just because I didn't have a good place to watch it, so I was just having to download fucking shitty copies of it.
Attorney General Pam Bondi or someone on her team handling the investigation. So far, we have not heard back. We're going to continue to pursue it. Of course, Congressman Massey is on the Judiciary Committee, so Pam Bondi will be coming before that committee. But now every person at the Justice Department who does not cooperate in releasing these files would be violating federal law, that they would be subject to federal penalties. So we expect that there will be a release, and we're going to continue to fight to make sure that it is transparent and complete.
Your committee says it's also received about 5,000 documents in response to subpoenas to J.P. Morgan, Deutsche Bank for Epstein's financial records. I don't know how much of those the committee's been able to review, but do you
think Drew could get out of his fines if he agreed to do an apology video? Not sure that's what the Brisbane court wants. They want some of the money back that they've wasted on his fucking stupid, retarded appeals, his publicity stunt appeals.
What do you hope to find in those documents? Does anything connect any dots for you?
Well, the committee is going through that. There are a lot of documents, but the big question is, how is Jeffrey Epstein, a former school teacher, worth $500 million? Who is funding him? Why are people giving him this money? And what was he doing for this money? Those are things that we're going to get from these documents. As you know, Senator Wyden has been investigating this in the Senate for over a year. That is going to be critical to understanding who all was involved.
We've talked about Ghislaine Maxwell planning to ask a judge to release her from prison according to a new court filing. What do you think the chances of that actually are, given the unknowns of, you know, the interview she had with President Trump's former personal attorney, who's now, you know, a high level?
He was funded by super chats. Imagine that. Boof Clouds, thank you for the super chat. Stanley Kubrick made a movie called Eyes Wide Shut a week before he died. There was a creepy mask sex cult. Coincidence? Damn, these people are fucking freaks.
The Department of Justice. What do you think is going to happen there?
It would be a slap in the face of the survivors. Anderson, as you imagine, I've gotten to know some of these survivors. I've spent time with them. When you mention Ghislaine Maxwell's name, they have a trauma and an anger. This is someone who abused them. This is someone who facilitated their abuse. The fact that we're even discussing any leniency for her or letting her out of jail is frankly disgusting. And the survivors themselves get so emotional when people bring up Maxwell.
A House Oversight Committee spokesperson earlier today, criticized Democrats on the committee, your committee, for releasing these videos and photos, saying, quote, "It is odd that Democrats are once again releasing selective information as they have done before." I'm wondering what your response to that is.
Let's release it all. That's what Massey and my bill does. If you don't think there's anything there, get the files out. If you think it's selective, get the files out. Let's finally get the information out there, most importantly because of the 1,000 survivors, and that's what they want. And so we end this kind of blame game and name calling. Let's just get it all out there in the next 16 days.
All right, Congressman Rokon, I appreciate it. Thank you. For more on this, or Fitzpatrick, a staff writer for The Atlantic, an investigative.
Okay, breaking, maybe. Quasi-breaking. Breaking. What the fuck? What's happened? Wait, did he just end his stream?
SDF says someone tripped.
Press conference.
Here.
Press conference. You. Looking so happy.
Well, thank you very much. Wow. This is a nice building, I have to tell you. So this is
Nice
a special occasion for a lot of
building.
reasons, but number one is it's our first occasion in this building using it for peace. And it's all about peace, and it's a great honor. And Marco, you've done a fantastic job in getting it ready, but it's a spectacular building, and we all appreciate it. And very importantly, we're settling a war that's been going on for decades with millions and millions of
Is
people
this fucking Rwanda
killed.
and Congo?
And these two gentlemen spent a lot of time backstage talking to each other, and over at the Oval Office. We were at the Oval Office together. It was beautiful. And I think it's just a very important day. And we have other leaders from other countries. And you said such beautiful things. I'd love to have you come up. We'll finish up, and then I'd love to have you come up, and if you could issue the words that you just issued backstage. Which usually doesn't work, you know. It usually never happens. They said it much better before, but you will probably do better up here. But I'd love to have you say how you felt, because it is an amazing day. Great day for Africa, great day for the world, and for these two countries. And they have so much to be proud of. And I want to thank the leaders. I want to thank you very much. It means maybe more because we are here together for the first time ever in this building. Brand new, beautiful building. I don't want to tell you how much it costs, because I hear it's a lot. A lot, okay? They don't build inexpensively here. But I just want to thank you very much. So please sit down, everybody. I want to thank everybody for being here. It's a momentous occasion. It's truly
He loves Africans all of a
incredible
sudden.
setting. It's
As long as they
very
don't
few
come here
places
to
I've
the
seen
United
like
States.
this. In this holy season, we prepare to celebrate the birth of the Prince of Peace. We have come to the U.S. Institute of Peace to sign a historic agreement that will end one of the longest-running conflicts anywhere in the world, with far more than 10 million people killed. Today, we commit to stopping decades of violence and bloodshed, and to begin a new era of harmony and cooperation between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. I want to thank the two courageous leaders. They are courageous leaders. They really are courageous leaders, great people. President Tshisekedi of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and President Kagame of Rwanda.
Fucking.
They are
Kagamna.
amazing people, and they had stories to tell me that were incredible. Really fascinating in so many different ways. Sad and beautiful, both sad and beautiful, and today makes them beautiful. I've just held really fantastic meetings with both men and representatives of other countries, where we discussed the importance of upholding this new agreement. Very detailed, powerful agreement. I also want to thank several foreign guests and dignitaries in attendance to celebrate this magnificent event, including the President of Angola. Please, would you stand? And so great to see you. Thank you. The President of Burundi. Thank you very much. Great to see you again. The President of Kenya. We have the Olympics here.
Don't call him Obama.
You know, they do very well in the Olympics,
Don't
those
call him
runners.
Obama.
I don't know what the heck you do with those runners, but they are very good. I've been watching them for a long time. So we have the Olympics coming to the United States. You know that. Thank you very much. And you'll come as our guest. Thank you. And the President of the Council of Ministers of Togo. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Vice President of Uganda. Thank you. It's such a beautiful color. Like all these guys are wearing these dark suits. You just stand out for a lot of reasons. You're beautiful. The foreign ministers of Qatar. Thank you.
I'm just waiting for what we're waiting for now is the fucking inevitable Trump MAGA rally speech talking points. He's just going to talk about fucking. These are all countries that he's tariffed the shit out of as well.
Hello to my friend, a great man, and the United
because he thinks that they should be mining American gold, not fucking Mozambique trash.
Arab Emirates. Thank you. Thank you. My regards, right? And the chairman of the African Union Commission, who's done a fantastic job, and thank you for all your help. We appreciate all your help. Special group of people. A very special thanks as well to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Marco, please stand. Thank you. And thank you for putting a certain name in that building. I said, boy, that is beautiful. That blew up last night. They said, that's a great honor. It really is. On this building, it's a great honor. Thank you very much. I assume you had a lot to do with that. Just a little bit. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Senior Advisor for Africa, Masad Boulos, who's been fantastic. Thank you, Masad. All of these people, every one of them were indispensable in forging this agreement. Let me also recognize Senators Mike Rounds and Lindsey Graham. Lindsey, thank you. Mike, wherever you may be. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Representatives Ronnie Jackson. Where's Ronnie? Ronnie is that great guy. He won his race in Texas by 48 points, right, Ronnie? So I don't have to ask if he's in any, I don't even have to endorse him anymore. It doesn't matter. Save the paper, right? Great job. Chris Smith. Chris? Thank you, Chris. Great. Good job. Trent Kelly. Trent, the president.
All right, let me cut in here.
No, don't cut in. I want to.
2 months ago, when I was over there, he said,
okay, stories.
and actually Qatar is represented today, and UAE is represented, and your leader said the exact same thing, different words, but the exact same thing, that 1 year ago they thought our country was dead, and now our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Hey, there it is, the MAGA rally. Let's go. We defeated Biden. We never lost a single election to Biden.
Anywhere in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have over $18 trillion. That's just in 10 months. Pledged or being invested or pledged to be invested in the United States. Think of that, 18 trillion. The highest amount we've ever had is 1.5. Under the Biden administration, they did much less than 1 in 4 years. Think of that. So they did less than 1 trillion in 4 years. We have 18 trillion in 10 months. It's going to be much more than that, too. No other country in history has ever been close, no matter what country you pick. So I want to thank you again, everybody, for your great vision. And I want to thank the people, especially the people that we named. Some of the others that unfortunately we didn't name, we just couldn't do that. But for your vision and for your courage, because it's made it possible to begin healing old wounds and transcending past differences and creating a future where every child of God can live in dignity, prosperity, and peace. And these are two very good men, and they're two potentially very strong countries. I'd like to now invite President Kagame to come up and say a few words. Rwanda. And then, if I may, President of DRC, who really is doing a great job. These are two men that are doing a great job. And again, they're so...
I don't even think he had anything to do with any of this fucking process. He's just taking credit for it because he happens to be president at the time. It's so fucking cringe.
So respected because...
That it'll start right after this event. That would be my guess. And so we're going to keep this, we're going to stay live. And as soon as that starts, if it starts before the...
Up to us in Africa,
there he is.
Working with our partners to consolidate and expand this peace. There will be ups and downs on the road ahead. There is no doubt about it. Rwanda, I know, will not be found wanting I can assure you of that. Our only objective is and has always been for our country to be safe and secure after having endured so much tragedy. We now only want to look forward in confident expectation of a prosperous and stable future. Mr. President, Excellencies, I thank you for your kind attention.
Wow.
Together. For those involved, the Democratic Republic of Congo takes this solemn commitment to implement with complete sincerity all of our obligations that stem from this agreement. We will do this with seriousness, with rigorousness, and also with the constant care for peace and the security of our populations, for the unity and the integrity of our territory. We do hope that thanks with the same seriousness that the Republic of Rwanda will also respect fully the letter and the spirit of the commitments made here in Washington. We are reaching out for a peaceful cooperation based on mutual respect, non-interference, and the joint struggle against the armed groups, the end of all support to negative forces, and the beginning of fair prosperity on behalf of our two populations. I do believe this day is the beginning of a new path. A demanding path, yes, indeed, quite difficult, but this is a path where peace will not just be a wish, an aspiration, but a turning point. The Democratic Republic of Congo
It moves on. I think Bondi, is that Bondi speaking? Oh no, this isn't about January 6th. Oh fuck. It's, look at this fucking cast, man. You got fucking Justice Janine, Bondi, Patel.
Jr. was arrested out early this morning.
The other thing is starting. The other thing is starting. Wait.
Out early this morning, Brian Cole Jr. was arrested and charged with placing the pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC on January 5th, 2021. He has been charged with violating 18 U.S.C. 844, which is use of an explosive device. This investigation is ongoing. As we speak, search warrants are being executed, and there could be more charges to come. I'm going to let our U.S. Attorney discuss that shortly.
Let's hear all about January 6th and pardons.
Multiple agencies working together. This morning's operation was carried out safely and successfully. We know that there are so many issues when you're issuing search warrants. Dangerous things can happen, and this was carried out safely and securely thanks to all of the people standing around me. They have worked tirelessly on this. Today's arrest happened because the Trump administration has made this case a priority. The total lack of movement on this case in our nation's capital undermined the public trust of our enforcement agencies. Trust of our enforcement agencies.
What?
This cold case languished for 4 years until Director Patel and
She's blaming the Biden administration for not bringing January 6th protest fucking terrorists to justice. Who pardoned all of the Who pardoned the? Oh my God. They do it to rile you up, right? Like, they're doing it as a fucking troll. They're doing it as a flex. Like, yeah? You think we won't get away with this? Watch us. Watch us get away with this. There's nothing you can do about it. No one cares. You can debunk. You can provide context. No one gives a fuck. Look at us go.
Deputy Director Bongino came to the FBI.
Rage bait.
The FBI, along with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our prosecutors, have worked tirelessly for months, sifting through evidence that
Trump
had
pardoned
been
them all.
sitting at the FBI with the Biden administration for 4 long years. There was no new witness, just
He's fixed the audio.
diligent police work and prosecutorial work, working as a team along with ATF, Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and of course, the FBI. We are working every day to restore the public's trust.
What is this
We
audio
hope
then?
that today
Look there.
is a
Fucking
significant
hell,
step
Steve.
towards that progress. We'll share more information when we can and when it unfolds. I cannot stress enough how hard Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino have worked for months to make our nation's capital
I love how they're just
safer.
pretending there was no effort to find this guy before the MAGA came in. It's so man taking credit. It's a January 6th contribution. Oh God, fuck me, man.
And to make our country safer. I'd like to introduce now Director Patel.
Thank you, General. When you attack American citizens, when you attack our institutions of legislation, when you attack our nation's capital, you attack the very being of our way of life. And this FBI and this Department of Justice stand here to tell you that we will always refute it and combat it. We will provide the safest country the nation has ever seen under President Trump's leadership here. And that's what we did here today with great resolve on a case of massive public importance, as it should be. An individual who is now alleged to have placed multiple explosive devices to blow up multiple people at multiple...
He pardoned them, including the ones who were violent, right? Look at fucking Dominic Pizzola here, the guy who broke into the building, the guy who made the first breach of the Capitol, smashing a fucking window. Dude. If you attack our Capitol, we will apparently grant a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to events that occurred at or near the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. This was at or near the U.S. Capitol. It was the day before the fucking event. He put those IEDs around. Dude, those pipe... Fuck me, man. How are they... Oh, God. It's fine. They're just trying to rage bait me, okay? I can rise above it. You won't rage bait me. I'm just going to laugh at you. Nice one. Good. Touché.
Officials, innocent civilians, is now arrested thanks to the brave men and women of the FBI and the interagency. I want to take a moment to thank the Metropolitan Police Department, the United States Capitol Police, our brave prosecutors, the Department of Justice, and our leader, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro, whose relentless work on this case made this possible. As the Attorney General said, we did not discover any new information.
How
what
do
we
people
did,
not see the irony? They like the irony, okay? They love it. It's all fucking, like, politics isn't real to these people. It's just a fucking, I mean, it's real in terms of the shit that the government's trying to do. But people who support MAGA, they like memes. They just want to trigger the libs because they were triggered 10 years ago because of feminism or some shit. That's it, right? That's it. They will preach to the fucking moon about how you should pardon all the innocent J6 protesters and how they were unfairly witch hunted by Ray Epps and FBI fucking plainclothes informants who actually incited the whole thing but didn't actually. And then also that now when they've caught someone new, the FBI, well, this guy with the pipe bombs, well, we dealt with the J6 insurrectionists. The Democrats seem to let this guy go. It's just a meme. It's not inconsistent. It's not ironic. It's not inconsistent. It's trigger the libs. Both of these things do that.
an investigation spearheaded by the deputy director and the ADIC of our Washington field office brought in a new team of investigators and experts, re-examined every piece of evidence, sifted through all the data, something that the prior administration refused and failed to do. As a result of that, we generated numerous investigative leads, executed multiple legal process with our U.S. attorney partners, and came to this conclusion today. And that is why we were able to safely...
Democrats never got any J6ers, apart from all the ones that got pardoned by you guys.
Secure this individual into custody. Remember, we are dealing with an individual who is alleged to have made bombs. We cannot do this sort of takedown in haste because it endangers the lives of law enforcement. And this FBI will never allow the lives of law enforcement and our prosecutors to be put in jeopardy.
Unless they're, guarding the Capitol building.
In
which case, we'll blame them for the riot that happened to them.
Flawless in terms of teamwork, resilience, and just a good old-fashioned way of police getting the job done. When you let good cops be cops, this is what happens. I'm eternally grateful to the team behind me, to the leadership at the FBI who made this possible. But I do want to highlight when I introduced the deputy, he made this case and so many others, including Summer Heat, his priority to come in here and solve it for the American people. And today, I'm proud to stand here before you and say, we solved it.
I'm so fucking
he will have
angry.
his day
Jesus
in
Christ.
court. The American public and the world will learn even more information through the legal process as we have committed under this Attorney General. We are the most transparent law enforcement operation in U.S. history, but we are also going to make sure accountability is delivered to its fullest extent, and that happens in the courts of law with our U.S. attorneys and our prosecutors. So we will divulge information when it is prudent and constitutionally permissible while upholding the safeguards of this case to make sure that the people that this individual intended to victimize get the accountability they deserve, and most importantly, to deliver
and pardon them. Does it even work? Because Trump's pardon it's unconditional to all of them. Is this just going to be a separate from J6? The fuck?
To secure our nation's capital and the rest of the cities in this country to make sure that Americans are allowed to go out free and securely in their neighborhoods and that people around the world are allowed to visit our nation's capital, and they now have that trust thanks to the leadership of the FBI, the Washington Field Office, and I'm honored now to introduce to you Deputy Director Bongino, who spearheaded this investigation.
Oh, God.
Thank you all for being here for this critical investigation we've been working on for a very long time. We deeply appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words, Attorney General and Director. I appreciate it. Folks, this is what it's like when you work for a president who tells you to go get the bad guys and stop focusing on other extraneous things not related to law enforcement. This is what happens. We had a great
all the other J6ers.
team. I know it's said a lot in this business. It was a team effort. It becomes cliche, but cliches are useful for a reason because they matter. And this was a team effort. The Director and the Attorney General emphasized that it was not a new public tip this came from. This was our internal work at the FBI. And I want to just really express my sincere gratitude to this Attorney General and this President for allowing us the latitude. I spoke with Ms. Bondi very early maybe day 2, and I said, we're going to get this guy. And she said, yes, you are. And we did. I want to also thank, he's not here, but Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who we deal with often as well, who could not have been more supportive. Whatever process we need, Judge Janine, Todd, and Attorney General Bondi, they were there. All you had to do, they were a phone call away. And their team was amazing. We actually never had to make that phone call because they were always responsive. And thank you, Judge, as well. You were amazing. Folks, you're not going to walk into our capital city, put down 2 explosive devices, and walk off in the sunset. Not going to happen.
You can smash the windows and fight with the cops, though, can you? And try to kill fucking Mike Pence. You can do that. Dude, it's literally 1984. That's what that is. Oh, God. This is intended to demoralize you, right? It's just, we can get away with anything. So give up, lib, gay. Fuck.
This person to the end of the earth. There was no way he was getting away. Well, we didn't have to track him to the end of the earth. It wound up in Woodbridge, Virginia. I want to thank the team. They were amazing. They never let this go. Again, Attorney General Bondi, for your incredible support. Director Patel, Judge, I know they're giving me a lot of unnecessary credit, but make no mistake, they were intimately involved in this and were there for all of those supportive mechanisms, and I deeply appreciate it. The man whose team did the work is the Assistant Director in charge of our Washington Field Office, Darren Cox. Darren's got some comments, and Darren has some more details on the case he can provide. So thank you all for coming. We appreciate it.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Darren Cox. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the Washington Field Office. Today's arrest of the alleged D.C. pipe bomber is a momentous day for the American public, for the FBI, for our Joint Terrorism Task Force, or the JTTF, and our partners, the U.S. Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and ATF. We've also had a large number of other federal, state, and local departments that have worked on this investigation. And last but not least, the U.S. Attorney's Office. We all worked hand in hand to solve this investigation. This has been a long week in D.C. After the terrorist attack last week, the grit and determination of the FBI and our law enforcement partners is an example to the American public of what cooperation, partnership, and selfless service can accomplish. The amount of effort the FBI and our partners devoted to identifying the pipe bomber cannot be overstated. It is the resolve and determination of our investigators that ultimately
they're gonna call him an insurrectionist, right? Like they're just gonna throw it in. That's how you'll know. Imagine if they call him an insurrectionist. After all that, what even is an insurrection? Come on, what? An Antifa insurrectionist.
To the identification and the arrest of this suspect. We all know pipe bombs are dangerous, not because of the potential loss of life, damage to property, or injury that they can cause, but also because they are tools that terrorize our community. Fortunately, these bombs did not explode, although they certainly could have. But make no mistake, the alleged pipe bomber did terrorize our community. Today's actions underscore the long memory and the long reach of the FBI and our partners. I know some people had given up on finding the perpetrator, but not the FBI and not our partners. We do not forget, we do not give up, and we do not relent. Though it had been nearly 5 years, our team continued to churn through massive amounts of data and tips.
Okay, new goal, guys, new goal. I need financial damages for this fucking brain rot. New goal. Oh, God.
That we used to identify this suspect. I want to thank Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino for their leadership and for providing us the resources and the personnel to reevaluate all of the data that we had. We dove into more than 3 million lines of data to come up with this suspect. Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, thank you for your support, thank you for your passion, and thank you for your investment in this investigation. From me, on behalf of the investigators, the Washington Field Office, and all of our partners, thank you. I'd also like to thank Judge Pirro. Judge, your team and you are absolutely amazing. You're the type of prosecutors and U.S. attorney that all of the investigators across the country want to work with. They're hard-nosed and they're aggressive. Thank you for that.
That's right.
I'd also like to thank the American public for providing tips and leads, not just on this case, but every day on cases across the country that are being solved by law enforcement. And finally, I want to commend all of the members of the Washington Field Office, and most specifically, the investigative team. Their diligence and persistence led to this arrest today. And they are absolutely, totally dedicated not only to this case, but every case they work. So thank you, Washington Field Office.
Did I fuck the stream title?
Last, I will say our work is not done.
No, I didn't.
The FBI will continue to pursue every lead.
Someone said, I'll shit out of myself. Wow.
And use every resource that we have to ensure that the D.C. pipe bomber is brought to justice. Thank you.
You keep hearing the words partnership and team, and that's what we are. And we could not do this without our U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro. Jeanine, from day one, has worked tirelessly for our country and for our nation's capital. It's my honor to introduce my friend, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro.
Thank you very much, Attorney General. And you have been listening to a lot of thank yous and a lot of gratitude. The reason that we're thanking each other to the extent that we are today is because we have seen
are a bunch
in this
of fucking self-aggrandizing fascist fucking fuck losers who just oh god, who are they're getting away with murder here, man. Of course they're congratulating themselves. They're getting away with murder. They're like, listen, can you believe we're getting away with this? Congratulations, Jeanine. Congratulations, Bondi. Fuck me.
Case, an incredible collaboration around the clock, in the middle of the night. It doesn't matter. We call each other. We make contact. They need a warrant. They need something. Someone wants legal advice. These are the men and women who never give it up. You hear about government employees, but I don't know if you really realize what it is that they do. They are incredible. And this case is
when you said that when you brought Doja in, you said that there was just like a fuck ton of bloat and faceless bureaucrats that needed to disappear, and then you were very surprised to find out that pretty much everyone who works there is pretty necessary. But yeah, okay.
Years, 10 months, and 28 days ago, an individual placed a bomb in the vicinity of both the RNC and the DNC. And for that amount of time, that individual evaded accountability. Today, as a result of the cumulative efforts of the men and women in the FBI and the police department and the Department of Justice, we are finally able to make an arrest of an individual by the name of Brian Cole. As the Attorney General has indicated, he is arrested for transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce, as well as the attempted malicious destruction by means of explosive materials. You know, folks, this case involved millions of pieces of data. And it is a huge win because it was like finding a needle in a haystack. So much of this evidence was very specific, but a lot of it was also very general. For example, there were 233,000 black end caps of the type that were used in this case. I want you to think about the fact that the FBI had to go through the sale of every one of them to try to find commonality with an individual, along with the purchase of the pipe itself, the cap ends, the wires, the steel, and the 9-volt batteries. Every one of those had to be mined and remined to the point where we were able to then connect. And make no mistake, it was this administration, it was this president who made the decision that we were going to use all of our efforts to get it done, and get it done they did. Finally, let me say this. Today begins the formal process of accountability, where this defendant will begin his journey through the criminal justice system.
Accountability.
And I pledge to you
Dean Withers.
that the United States Attorney's Office will take this case across the finish line. Again, thank you to the incredible work of the FBI, to the Attorney General, and to our local partners as well. This is a job that I think was well done.
That's fucking insane.
Thank you. President Trump's directive to all of us was to not only make America safe again, but D.C., and to make it safe and beautiful. We could not have done that without our partnership with Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith. It is my honor to introduce Metropolitan Police Department Chief Smith.
Good afternoon, and thank you, everyone. I am Chief Pamela Smith, Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, and FBI Director Patel for having me here today. For nearly 5 years, the agencies standing here today have worked together under the leadership of the FBI to locate our suspect who is responsible for the 2 pipe bombs that were placed around our city. MPD members assigned to the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force have supported this case from the beginning. That supports include looking, reviewing, and going through countless, probably thousands of hours of CCTV footage from around the DNC and RNC headquarters, and they followed up on hundreds and thousands of leads from members of our communities. What I will say today is that Washingtonians can rest easier today knowing that the suspect responsible for this act is now in custody. This morning's arrest is yet another reminder that committing any act with the intention of harming the residents and visitors of the District of Columbia will result in your arrest. The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, the ATF, the U.S. Capitol Police, and certainly the prosecutors at our U.S. Attorney's Office will go to the furthest length. I heard somebody say to the end of the earth, but thank God we didn't have to go to the end of the earth today.
Isn't this guy auto-pardoned? It's just an executive order. They don't give a fuck. Like, what? They'll probably just say this guy was not related to J6 because he planted the bombs a day before, and because it was the DNC and the RNC, as if that's not the whole point, and that they thought Trump was being betrayed by Republicans as well. Hang Mike Pence. I guess that wasn't part of January 6th either, was it?
That we were able to bring this subject into custody. I want to commend the men and women of the FBI and the members of the Metropolitan Police Department and all of the agencies who are standing behind me today on a job well done. I will turn it over now to Attorney General Bondi.
We're going to take some questions. Just remember, as I said in the beginning, this is ongoing. It's very active. Search warrants are still being executed. Many charges potentially to come.
Someone's going to ask about the pardons, right?
When asking your questions.
Ask about the pardons.
So you said it's been nearly 5 years. We all know that, and that you said there have been no new evidence. So can you say anything about the evidence that actually did lead to this arrest? And then secondarily, you're talking about additional charges possibly. Can you say what those you might be considering, or terrorism charges, or what?
We can't discuss new charges, of course, yet ongoing. But what I will say is this is why this was so incredibly important. More than any other case, this is in our nation's capital where this happened. And now, thanks to the FBI, we know that this defendant was living just miles away from here in Virginia. So as to the evidence in the case, I'm going to let Director Patel take that, but it's still very active and very ongoing.
It would be funny if the guy claims in his defense that he's pardoned. I really hope he does. I really hope he makes a thing out of it and it's televised.
Thank you, General. And as I stated earlier, and as the General's already reiterated, our job is to provide full accountability in the court of law with Judge Pirro's team. And in order to do that, we have to preserve the chain of custody and evidentiary value. What I will say generally is that when you go through 3 million lines of information, y'all can think about the amount of cell phone data that has to be ingested and triangulated and dumped and received. You also have to think of just sheer human ingenuity. We brought in a team of experts who are the best at what they do in their specific fields to reevaluate that evidence, to dive back in, and to not come back with a no for an answer until they had found the suspect. And when you develop evidence, you get a search warrant. And when you get a search warrant, you get an address. And when you get an address, you hit the house. And that's what we did.
Wall Street Journal.
Hi there. So what can you tell us about this person's motivations and whether they were driven by politics or for any other reason why?
Right now it's ongoing. Again, we just executed the search warrant early this morning.
No details now. It's not the Charlie Kirk shooter. We're going to speculate trans Tifa from fucking the first minute. No, fuck that. This guy probably mental health, mental health. Nothing else going on
America
around that
safer,
time.
DC safer because he's in custody.
Wow.
Mary Margaret Delaware.
Thank you so much. So, any theory on why Kamala Harris has never mentioned coming within 20 feet of being assassinated, and any news on why her Secret Service team took so long to find this bomb at the DNC?
No, but what I will tell you is that evidence has been sitting there collecting dust. This wasn't a new tip. It wasn't some new evidence. It was the hard work of President Trump's administration. Deputy Director Bongino and Director Patel.
God,
I watched them from day one come in here and say, we are going to solve this crime. And they did, working hand in hand with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our great attorneys.
Pierre, ABC. General Bondi, Director Patel, or Deputy Director Bantino, can you describe, was there a particular moment where the evidence is coming in and it's starting to look like progress is being made? What was the moment that you knew that you were on
Guys,
the road to
can you talk
solve
about how
the case?
fucking awesome that process was?
Yeah, sure. I was smiling at you.
What's it like killing another man, soldier?
Darren remembers it too. He said, "Are you sitting down?" Called me on the phone. I said, "Oh boy, why? Is this bad news?" And he
Give
said,
us a cute anecdote.
I
Yeah,
think we
do
got
it.
him. What exactly that tip was, we're gonna have to pass
No,
on
I don't
that
care.
for right
Not
now.
letting
As
you
you
do
well
that.
know, at the
Not
early
letting you get
stages,
away with that.
diligent over.
Fuck off.
I'd rather.
Don't care.
That we could get. We didn't stop at that moment.
Thank you so much. Have you recovered the notable sneakers? Have you done surveillance of this suspect from that aha moment to when you exercised the search warrants today? And obviously this happened on January 5th into January 6th. How should the public look at this case separate from all of the cases related to what transpired on January 6th and the president's subsequent pardons?
I'm going to let Director Patel take the evidence part. We have to be careful. Again, you've asked very good investigative questions, but this is ongoing, very active. But America should feel safer today. We say a pipe bomb. These are bombs. These were live, active bombs that were placed in Washington, D.C. Director.
Bombs.
Thank you. This shows you how much detail you and the American public have paid attention to this case. Of course, we analyzed everything that you're seeing on this poster board and information that you will see through the formal charging process and court process. But we want to let that evidence speak for itself because, again, we do not want to disrupt the accountability that we owe the American public. Yes, you heard about the cell phone tower data. Yes, you heard about, of course, we surveil individuals who we think we're going to blow up American citizens. But how and when we do it and why we do it is not something we're ever going to reveal unless the Department of Justice deems it fit at trial. So we appreciate your attention to detail and your hardcore investigative work, but you can just imagine some of those same skills are being utilized by this FBI, this Department of Justice, our partners, the ATF, and everybody across the board. And this is an interagency win for the American people.
Thank you all. And one more thing, this is the best version.
6-shaped elephant in that room as well that just didn't get addressed, but okay. God, man, I can't I hate politics. I hate all of it. It is so stupid. Waste of time. Is Learnerbox kicking his modem? Wait, what? Why? What's wrong with my internet? Stream's fine. It'll be YouTube. Just refresh the page. Refresh the page and also contribute to the goal. Because everything's fine on my end. Okay. YOLO Swag, thanks for the $4.99. Trump trying to figure out if he can pardon him for the pipe bombs at the DNC while prosecuting him for the RNC. Flammerish, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Promises kept, promises pardoned. Good one. All right. My streak is at 10 now. Let's see if we can make it 11. Let's get an 11 streak here, guys. Come on. Draw close. Guzzle. Hold tight. Swill. Beak. Knock back. IKEA furniture. Puzzle. Rostrum. Muzzle. Model. Pound down. Nuzzle. Lego set. Spoon. Proboscis. Okay, well, you could guzzle, swill, knock back, pound down. Do you pound down a drink? Never heard that before. A beak. It's actually quite awkward, isn't it? Draw close. Rostrum. Roast. Muzzle. Spoon. You could spoon down, couldn't you? Spoon, swill, beak. No, spoon, swill, knock back, and guzzle. It's definitely guzzle, knock back, and swill. I just don't know where the fourth one is. Puzzle can go with model and Lego set. And IKEA for, you build. You build. Thank you. Good. Okay. Well done. Well done, Loanerbox. Hold tight. Muzzle. I guess muzzle and hold tight would work. Beak though. Beak and muzzle. I think this one might be the end of me. This one might kill me. I don't know what rostrum or proboscis means. But it might be, wait, rum? Wait. No. Strum is there. No. Rum down. Spoon. Proboscis. Probe? Is that going to be part of it maybe? Like a home phone? No, I don't know. Hold tight. You can hold tight, you can muzzle. I guess nuzzle would work with that. Maybe? I don't know. Oh, draw close. Wait. Would that be it? I don't know if nuzzle is like cuddling or some shit. Oh, it could be spoon. Spoon, draw close. Like, yeah. Is muzzle really? No, wait. Muzzle would probably go with beak. I think it'd be nuzzle. I don't know how Americans talk. Fuck me. It might be muzzle. No, it's good. Okay, good. Okay. Fuck. Guzzle, knockback, swill. It must be pound down. I don't know if it's going to be rostrum or proboscis. This sounds like a jaw related. Hey, let's go. Fuck yeah, perfect score. Snouts, nice one. Well done. Hey, 11 streak. 11. Well done, guys. Well done. Quotes from the family about the suspect. Fuck! Allow ads. Streaking hard. I am, yeah. Refresh. Oh my God. Right, what are they saying? Sources told the Post that investigators were looking into his possible connection with some form of anarchist writing or leanings. Are they excited because they think he's an Antifa guy? Is that why? That's why no pardon. Let's see. His distraught grandmother Loretta denied his involvement, describing him as autistic-like with no political leanings. He's almost autistic-like because he doesn't understand a lot of stuff. I hope he is not talking. He's very naive. He would not hurt a fly. He's just not that kind of person. I don't believe this at all. He's not a terrorist. He's a good boy. He's MAGA. He was doing DoorDash for a while. No ties to DC. Don't know how they included him. Fuck knows, man. Just a bit of an autist. Whatever, man. Whatever. Well, we'll hear about it if he has like one sentence on his fucking diary that might make him sound like he's like he's a left winger. Otherwise, we'll hear nothing. He likes buildings and putting them together. Cute. How cute. What's this news? Abu Shabab, militiaman, is potentially dead?
So Yasser Abu Shabab and his group were a significant and growing presence in Gaza. They opposed Hamas and they had a series of clashes with them. They were enemies, there's no two ways about it. And in the fractured landscape that Gaza now is, there was a power struggle. There is a power struggle about who is going to lead Gaza in the future, who's going to try and lead Gaza at the moment. Now, Hamas clearly is in the dominant position of that, but around Rafah, Abu Shabab really built a stronghold, and they did that largely with tacit support from Israel. I think it's worth noting, by the way, that reports are that Abu Shabab died in an Israeli hospital. An investigation by Sky News not so long ago
why was he in the hospital?
Clear links between Abu Shabab and Israel, vehicles that have been brought from Israel, and we saw in Abu Shabab's compound. We saw food that had been brought from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation compound, something that had been backed by Israel and the United States. So effectively, it's understood that this group was a proxy for Israel to try to battle Hamas within Gaza. It seems as if today Yasser Abu Shabab, as well as others, were involved in an intense fight, what was described as intense, and died. There are, as you would imagine at this moment, a variety of reports about how that happened, who provided information, and indeed how Hamas fighters would have got near Abu Shabab, bearing in mind the security cordon that he had around him. But it's very clear that he did. We just spoke to the Israeli government, who said that they had seen these reports but couldn't provide any more information about them. And as for what happens now, what sort of void is left behind, well, it's very likely that Yasser Abu Shabab's deputy will take over leading the group, and they will maintain their fight for dominance in that landscape. Now, remember that Gaza is at the moment divided into half by that yellow line. One half, where a fraction of the population is entirely under Israeli military control, and the best part of 2 million people, maybe slightly more, are really packed into the other half, tightly packed in. And patches of that area are wholly controlled by Hamas, and patches not just by Abu Shabab, by other warring clans. And in the absence of any coherent government structure, that is what is now leading to these battles for supremacy in different districts to try and lead to a battle for domination over the whole landmass. That's why Abu Shabab was an important figure, and that is why he has been killed.
Shit. Well, here's something I maybe want to go over tomorrow, because I think it's about 2 other European countries are starting to express extreme doubt about their relationships with the United States. But yeah, we'll maybe do that. I'll probably wait for more information about exactly what happened with Abu Shabab, but I mean, it's not exactly surprising that you get a allied with Israel fucking anti-Hamas guy with Israeli arms collaborators. So many people in Gaza would have so much incentive to kill him, but yeah. Anyway, I'm going to get some water and then I'll be back, all right? Oh! Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, that's a man shot right there. That's definitely like at least 200 miles an hour. Oh! Ooh, that's a high testosterone strike if I ever saw one. Like when I'm talking to you guys, I usually talk at I can see the chat and I can see my OBS, I can see my face, or I can see here when I'm seeing the other stuff, I can see notes. I don't always look like this to talk at you guys, do I? Why are you all freaking out at the fact that she's looking away from the camera when this is what streamers do all the fucking time? It's not actually very often when a streamer will just look right there, you down into your fucking soul, and have a good stare while they're telling you things. Would you prefer that? Would you prefer that I just gave you a good fucking... gave you a good little checking out before I tell you what's what about international politics and history and the Soviet Union? What? Delete the illicit tapestry of the Duchess's wedding night. I can't stop repeating this. It's so fucking funny. That in the Soviet Union, which I know at least a couple of these guys have a lot of sympathy for, actually maybe all of them, that one of their mental health diagnoses was sluggish schizophrenia, one of the symptoms of which was delusions of reformism. So I guess that's what I'm exhibiting here, you know? Where is it? Is this one of those PDFs that doesn't let you do the thing? 2021? There you go. Anti-Soviet thinking and delusions of reformism. Which would mean they have to bite the bullet that there have been no improvements to workers' rights in their neck of the woods since what, like 1720? Okay, dude. Yeah, I never knew he had kids until now. And I was actually really hoping, given the way that he reacts every time he sees me in chat, I feel like a son to this man, you know? He backed me up in debates, took me on his stream, reacts to my content, you know, puts my fucking videos on the fridge. I thought I was his son. Was I deceived by Chud logic?
Like I've had
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorised to give me the number of terrorists you've killed, but not a number of civilians?
Oh,
I don't understand.
Wait, no, is he just fucking... Hope everyone's having a good day. Yeah, I am. I'm so glad that the Trump administration is clamping down on those dastardly insurrectionist anarchists from January 6th. All one of them. Not like the good insurrectionists who wanted Trump to win and stay in office. One day, Box and Rally will have another McDonald's day and it'll be cute. How? What? Why is that a thing? Why are people talking about me and Irrelevant going to McDonald's? The fuck? Oh, I'm fucking exhausted, man. I'm gonna play some video games for a bit and then I'm gonna go to, I don't know, maybe gym. I don't know. Fuck. Do I even want to play or will I just end now? I'm so tired. Ooh. Ugh. It's in the BRB video. Oh. Hey, I'll play a bit. I'll do like a little checkpoint, whatever the fuck that, wherever it is. I don't even know what comes next. I'm just gonna kill bugs. Bugging out. Man. Start game. Let's go. Keep it short, don't get to the Citadel before me. Shall I go to Greymoor or to Big Bellheart up there? No, I've kind of done all of Bellheart. Should I go to Greymoor? Oh, I could go to Craw Lake. That's the place I was supposed to go. That looks fun. Wait, how much stuff do I have? How many of these beads do I have? Might beat it up. 64 of them. 140. 460. No, 360. 480. Almost 500. Okay. We're doing all right. Bah! Wait, I'm not just running there, am I? That's miles away. Oh, maybe it's... No, it's actually fine. Yeah, makes sense. Can I even get there if it's up? How do I get there? I'll have to take the train. Are you a fish and chips man, Loner Box? Hell yeah. I live a little bit close to a fish and chips place as well, which is... And then my old flat I did as well. So both times, which makes it very difficult for me. But I tend to not get it that often. I just think if I do it once, I'm going to do it a million times, and that would be bad. Special occasions, you know. How do I... Buh! Is this the station? What's this? Who are you? I'm not going to do much of the Abu Shabab stuff until I know exactly what happened. There's not much news other than that he's dead. Like, we've covered his background before and all that stuff.
That's fine. Well, Yanis.
Just got into an argument with a Hassan cell about your Hasbro tour and was just wondering what your version of it is. Just looking to get more informed on the matter if it comes up. Just, like, there are videos of it on my sharpened needle. Should I do that? Why not? Just look at my channel. My channel does have footage from the trip. Like, so... And I think especially the one with the settler who got sanctioned, it's quite obvious that it wasn't a fucking Hasbro tour. Because when we got fucked with by the authorities, or by vigilante authorities, I didn't make a bunch of excuses for them, like Hassan did with the Chinese. But, yeah, no. Maybe I'm just being picky. Ugh! What's this? Bro, where the fuck is the fucking train? Is it here? Oh, it's here. Hey. He was harping about you going to Israel being worse. Well, yeah, just ask them what footage they've seen. They probably haven't seen any footage. They've probably just seen like a fucking picture. Like. There's a hidden area in the station. Woo! Fuck! Speak. Oh!
Benny Frank.
Man, I saw
her. What a cheeky bastard. A slave, am I? Ooh, rosaries. Oh shit, not the fucking bell. Bell wanker. What's this? Ooh, a silver bell. Where is the bell? Fucker. Is he just dead? Did he fall? Oh, I have to move. Hang on. Sorry. Up there. That's probably the most efficient place. Okay. Woo. That's a big racket. No. Just a shortcut? Yeah, okay. Now what's down here? I saw a crawler here. Ah! Wait, how do I deal with him? Oh, like that, okay. Wrecked. But spikes. Oh. Ugh. Fuck. What's the point in this place? What happens? Oh. Ooh! Oh, that's just a little place where I can hit him from. Okay. Clever. Ah! Spikes. I'll go spikes. Ooh. Huh. The silver bells are for a quest. Oh shit! What's that? Oh no. It's more bell. Too much bell. Can you pogo that? Well, no, because he's like... Oh, the spikes, you mean? I don't know. I just know I have to... There's a crawling bell wanker here that I need to fight. Where'd he go? He just disappeared. Huh. Don't let that follow me either. Bell. Fuck. Oh! Okay, let's just go down the way. Fuck! Oh, we made it. We're belling out. Oh! Wait, where am I on the map? Okay. What was the point in all that? I just wanted to travel. But now I'm just gonna somewhere I've already been. This took me really far away from where I was trying to go. What was it? Just to get some bells? Okay. I guess we'll just keep moving. Is there anywhere unexplored here, actually? Oh. I wasn't able to come up here before, was I? No, I was, yeah. And there's one bit up there. That's fine. Do it later. Yeah, I should go to the lake. Let's just go. Can I go even go back up the way I came? Will it let me do that? I suppose it would. I've opened the path up. What's this? Ah. Ah! That's a big fat bell. That's what she said. Come back down. He's not gonna come back down? Okay. What's the way back up? Fuck. This way? Maybe, yeah. Seems like it. Jesus. Here? Here! Okay. Right, now I just go to the train like I was supposed to do. Yeah, okay. Fast travel. Go! Where was I even trying to go to? Greymore. Yeah, okay. Good. Kalshi is partnering with CNN. Who's that? Kalshi? Partnering with CNN. Who's that? Who what? Fuck. Ugh. Oh, shop. Who's this? What? Oh. Can I buy stuff? I probably need to buy a whole bunch of stuff, don't I? Ooh, wish update. Nice. What's this? Ooh. Oh. Oh, I probably couldn't come this way before, right? Was I not able to do this before? Oh! Fucking birds! Ooh. Fuck. Okay, the new pogo makes it a bit harder. Jesus. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Got him. That was a bit awkward. Okay, so I know without my straight pogo, that's going to be very frustrating. That's fine, though. Bah! Okay. Then! Whoa, shit. Oh, is my needle stronger? Oh! Their little balls hit themselves. Yeah, I'm just killing, like, deranged, tormented travelers, aren't I? Not necessary. What's this? Sure, why not? What's it do? Oh, it's just beating them up for me. Nice. Okay. Ooh, not bird. Bah, fucking birds. Where are they? Where are they going? Are they leaving me alone, or are they just going up to fuck with me? Bench? Bench up. You lose them when you do that. I thought I just bundled them for you. Oh. Okay. Wait, can I go up here now? I couldn't do this before. This is new. It's closed. Fuck's sake. Okay. Well, What's this? Okay. Bird! Fucking bird. Ugh. Jesus. Still getting the hang of things, eh? Yeah. This is gonna be so shit with this new pogo. Oh shit. Not the diagonal pogo for this stuff. Ah! Okay, fine. Not bad. So wait, where do I just go down or up? I don't recall what happens here. Ooh. He's strong. Give me this. Give me this stuff. Okay. Fucking bird. Fuck. Ugh. Ragpel, you say? Like, go into that cage? Can I get there? Or do I have to scale the wall? I couldn't do that before. But I can't get up. I was supposed to pogo off the bird, wasn't I? Was I supposed to pogo off the bird? And I just fucked myself. Go this way? I'm not seeing this working. Fuck. Not seeing that working at all. Jesus. What's this? There's a balloon below it. Are you sure? Okay, this bit's fine. Okay. Huh. Ah, fuck. Oh, I can pogo off you. Let me pogo off the bird. I'll do it. No, other way. Other way. Not that way. Oh, shit! Why is it so hard? I'm trying to bounce off this guy. No, I can't do it. It's awkward as fuck. That's gonna be... I'm not skilled enough for this. I just killed him. Nice. There's a balloon below... I'm supposed to be able to climb this, surely. What else is happening? It wasn't that. This way? I don't get that either. Get this bird up, maybe? Fuck. No! Down! Bounce off something else. Reaper crest for now. Yeah, but I don't think it gets me any higher to do that. It's a question about getting high enough at all to do it. Okay. Oh, under the ledge of balloon. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, focus. Focus! 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 Focus? Focus? So under this, there's a thing. Huh! Oh. Oh! Spikes! That's awkward. Oh, shit. Fuck. Thank you. Give me stuff. Not enough to heal. Okay, so I can go higher now. Can I? Ooh. Beats. What about what's lower? Will I just keep going? I don't have health, though. I'm a bit low in health. Is there anything else to see here? I need a creature to kill. Okay, that's a shortcut. What's this? Daughter of a distant land, we who remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours. Reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Press B. What do I do now? What? Ooh, Threat Storm! Attack by whipping a storm of silk around oneself. RB. Hey, hey! Needs to be in the crest, though. Okay. Okay. What else do I do around here? Do I think I can go higher? I don't think I can go higher. Oh! Birds! I don't think I have the skill yet, though, do I? I have to equip it. Okay. It's auto-equipped. Oh, well, I'll do it for the next person then. Hip. Huh. I've already been there. Where can I go now? Here? Make sure to spam the button. Really? Like it doesn't just do it as a single move. Ooh. Okay. That's so cool. Wait, so you can't just do it with a single tap? That's going to be a much more usable tool then. Where do I go now? Maybe find a bench? Is there even one here? Oh. Where else am I traveling to, though? Sure, that's not it. That's not everything here, is it? Let's try going down. We've gone plenty of up. Whoa. What was that? There was a white glowy thing there. Fucking bird bastards. Ugh. Better. Shit. Oh god, that's a really awkward angle. Fuck. But I saw a thing to pick up there. Where was it? Is it down here? Yeah, this. What was this? Oh, rosary. Something. Ooh! Didn't even think of that. Right. Fucking bird. Okay. Ha. Huh. Huh. Well, here. How do you find this compared to Hollow Knight? Harder? Not sure if I like it more because of that, though. It's harder in an annoying way. Not harder in a challenging, or like, not in a nice challenge way, that's what I'm trying to say. How do I... Wait. Okay, there's a way up there, but what is it? What's the way up? Is it this? No, that's for rosaries. How do I get up? What are you? Let's just do it, see what happens. Oh, that's just giving me rosaries. Okay, fine. How do I... What's the way up? Is it round... Is it from the other side? You have to go left to go right. But there's no way up here that I'm aware of. What? Where is that? Where's the way here? West above the inn. Oh, like all the way up. Oh, I haven't been to that bit, have I? Fuck. He's bashing the shit out of me. I'm so ruthless with these poor little creatures. I see. I'm supposed to go up here. Oh. Like this way, eh? What's here? Is this undiscovered? Yeah. On. Ooh. Fuck. Fucking rat. Whoa! Fuck off. Thank you. Ugh! Just got spiked in the ass. How do I get it there? Is that like a pogo situation again? Oh. Fuck you. Ew. That didn't work. Hello, Maximus Fair. How's it going? Ooh! Nice. Shard bundle. Wait. Fuck. Might die. Might die. These fucking buzzards. Ugh! I was gonna use these guys to practice as well. Shit! Like I shouldn't be getting whacked by a fucking jumping rat. Okay, okay. Bird. Fuck me. I have to go back. That's fine, let's go back. That's fine. Return with more patience. Box. Do you play other instruments besides guitar and piano? Yeah, I play bass, drums, badly, but yeah. Is it up this way? I forgot. Oh yeah. Alright, the fucking little bugger's gonna come back. Yep, they're here. The rats are here. Fuck. Fucking hell. Ugh. Fucking dude. What a struggle. I'm gonna die. No, we're fine. Okay, into the puddle. Rat. Jumping rat. Okay. Just be careful. Ooh. Cute. Fuck off. Fucking. That was a pretty inefficient use of that thing. Okay, thank you. Wish updated. Oh, did I complete something? Fucking rat! Okay, yeah, jump off. Okay. Wait, what's down here? What's this dangling platform? Oh, nothing. Okay, too low. Me here. I got enough rag pelt. Yeah, I know. Base. Ooh. More platforming! Hell yeah. Wait. What if I don't want that there? Can I bring this back? Oh well. I've just made more of an obstacle course for myself. Oh, fuck. Careful. Careful. Fuck. I'm scared. I'm scared of him. Scary. Fuck. Fucking hell. Horrible bird. Bastard. Come here so I can kill you. Fuck. Thank you. Jesus. Whoa, that was awkward. Can I not make it to that? Oh god. Okay, cool. I really don't like that fat bird who's scaring the shit out of me. Little bird. Ugh. Fuck. Fuck. Close. Okay. This area is frustrating. I can see why people were telling me to switch to the better pogo. I can see why now. I thought it was done. I thought I'd aced it. Ugh. Okay. Oh. Rosaries. Come here. What's this? Little rat fuck. Come on. Meow. Even this little diagonal hit is really irritating. Ugh. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm getting better at that though. That's good. I'm improving at that. There's something up there. It looks grabbable. How do I get up there? Can I make it up there? Fuck, I can't. Wait, what's going on? This way? Something here? No. Is there a passageway? How the do I get up? How do I get up there? Oh. Oh, there it is. Nice. What the fuck? What is it? What does it do? Acquire 2 spool fragments. Sure, boss. Anything. Anything for you? What now? BE just made a post about Hassan not helping Casey drawn. Good. Someone has to say it. Someone has to be brave. I'll go bench now so I can see what I've just uncovered on the map. Wait, do I go down this way? Yeah. I can go either way. Okay. Is there more to do in the crawl lake? It felt like it was quite quick. I guess there's this little bit here that I couldn't get to earlier. Far fields. Garfield. Check your tools menu. My tools menu? What? Same as ever, isn't it? Threadstorm? It's a couple of silver bells. Bugs. Berry picking. I still haven't even done that. Might need to go back and do that. There's a thing you can unlock in the top right of Crawl Lake. What, I haven't done that yet? Oh, like the very top right. Okay. Thought I'd seen it all. Let's see. Look at us go! Like it's nothing! Path of Pain! Oh shit. Wait. No, not you! Fuck. How do I hit him? Shit! Ah, God, he's gonna kill me! Thank you. Jesus. I need to remember to float when I miss one. Nice. Quick. How do I get up there again? Oh, it's like that little bridge, isn't it? Wait, how do I get back up there? I've forgotten how to get back up there. Oh, it's... I remember. Down here, isn't it? Maiden... Fuck. Not that way. This way. Fuck you. Fuck! What the fuck? My little skill didn't even take him out. Fuck's sake. Okay, wait, I can go up quicker a different way though, can't I? If I go the higher way. Take the high ground. Can I? Can this take me through there? No, it can't. That was annoying. Oh no, he's getting away. Little skill was too late. I know. Fine though. We're making it. So what's this top right? I thought I went there already. Did I not? What was there? Something I missed? Oh, I don't think I went all the way up here. This is new. Ooh. Is it? No, it's not. I recognize this. Do I? The fuck is this place? No, I've done this. That wasn't new? Huh? Is there... Whoa! Is there like a breakable wall, or what's going on? Lower on the... Oh, down this level. I don't recall. Like this way? Whoa! Oh. Yeah, I'll take that threefold pin. Why not? Now I just need to fight this bastard. Wow. God. Okay. Now I can leave, right? Fuck. Don't jump on spikes, boy. There's a secret wall near here. I don't care. I'm tired. Ooh, one of those days. I do have a lot of reading to do off stream, though. That'll be nice. Okay, okay. Great game. Remember to give feathers to the innkeeper. I would never forget that. No way. What's going on here? Edit. All right. Go Hutch, guys. Take care. Bye.